Hi everyone, welcome back to the K-Astrology channel, and if you're new here, welcome. My name is Kaylin, and today we're going to be going through the May 2026 forecast and horoscopes. So before we dive into it, just to let you know that you'll be able to click on the timestamps in the description box below, and you can watch your horoscope for your ascendant, sun, and moon sign. In fact, I recommend that you do watch for all three signs. And the rising sign will, generally speaking, be the most accurate overall. The sun sign horoscope will be applicable to your career, your big goals and dreams for the future, as well as creative projects and output, whereas your moon sign horoscope can be watched for, I like to call it matters of the heart, right? So family, your inner emotional world, as well as your property and living situation. So in terms of a super brief overview of what's coming up in May, we've actually got 2 full moons this month. So we're starting the month, excuse me, not a good way to start a live. But anyway, we're starting the month off with a full moon in Scorpio. We've got Mars square Jupiter, which is the biggest aspect for the month. We've got Pluto stationing retrograde in Aquarius. We've got the new moon in Taurus at 25 degrees. And we've also got Mars and Venus changing signs. So there'll be a really definitive shift around the 19th of May. And pretty much by the end of the month, we're going to see Chiron at 29 degrees Aries. So that's a big deal. And we're finishing off the month with a full moon in Sagittarius. So, of course, as usual, this horoscope is a tropical Western astrological reading, and it is done in whole sign. Okay, so without further ado, let's just dive straight into Aries. Hi Aries, Sun, Moon, and Risings. Welcome to your May horoscope. So, the themes for you this month are really going to center around physical fitness, health, and personal development. The reason being that we still have a very strong transit for you with Mars being in your first house. Plus, we've also got several conjunctions happening in your sign. So, there may be challenges that you want to take on for this month in terms of physical fitness, getting healthy, pushing yourself outside of your comfort zone, and so on and so forth. Another big theme for you will be finances and resources, and that's because we're starting to see planets shift into your second house. Okay, so you may be looking at how you can generate new streams of income, and more so in, let's say, the last 1.5 weeks of the month, there may be some big expenses that are coming up and cause for you to look at how you can protect your valuables, your resources, and your finances. Okay, so the third theme for you this month will be around friendships, local communities, as well as local transport, and you may be looking at signing important contracts. Plus, there could be some exciting new ideas for projects, business ventures, and collaborations that come through. And that's because we do have this shift to planets transiting the sign of Gemini, plus a couple of conjunctions here as well. So I'm doing something a little bit different for this horoscope for May. You can tell me if you like it. You can tell me if you don't like it. But I'm going to look at breaking up the month into 4 weeks. Okay, so the first week of May, you're going to be experiencing the impact of the full moon in Scorpio in your 8th house. So that's taking place on the 1st or the 2nd, depending where you live in the world, at 11 degrees. And on the same day, we've actually got Mercury conjunct Chiron. So I've just put it up on the screen here for you to take a little look. Ultimately, the first week of the month is going to be characterized by you sorting out your mutual finances and resources. So maybe there are arrangements that are drawing to a close. So that can be, for example, with child support money, child support in general, alimony, inheritances could be coming up for you. On a different note, this is a time where there could be a focus on intimate relationships, being vulnerable, as well as really taking a deeper look inwardly at fears and insecurities that may be rising up to the surface. So as you can see, that's the full moon here, which is playing out in your 2nd and 8th house axes. I do really think that the first week of the month, you'll be thinking long and hard about the ways in which you earn money and contribute your own finances and resources to other people, plus joint accounts, joint investments, bank accounts, and what have you. Okay, so the Mercury Chiron conjunction coinciding with this full moon will of course be in your 1st house. So there may be a very important conversation that comes up for you in that first week of the month, and this is something that may be a bit of a trigger for you. It could even be about your communication style, how you express yourself, or given that 27 degrees is the Gemini degree, this could actually be about your relationship with siblings, extended relatives, or possibly close friends, or even colleagues and co-workers. There may be a bit of discord there. Okay, Aries. So with Mercury entering Taurus on the 3rd of May, this indicates that things are going to start to slow down for you on the communication front, because previously with Mercury transiting your own sign, it could have been like just texts, emails, phone calls, and communications galore. Okay, so things will start to stabilize and your attention and focus will begin to shift towards your finances and your personal resources, with Mercury shifting into the sign of Taurus. Now, in the first week of the month, this is where we're having Mars in Aries in your 1st house squaring Jupiter in Cancer in your 4th house at 19 degrees. All right, so Mars is not only your chart ruler, but of course it is in your sign. So this indicates that there's some sort of challenge moment that is going to come through in that first week of the month around you and your family, your sense of independence and people relying on you. This can possibly come through as a conflict between you and a family member, you and a flatmate, or perhaps it's like a challenging situation that exists within your current living situation. So that can be with someone that you live with, that could be with a tenant, an investment property, or maybe you're looking at extending beyond your comfort zone, which I know Aries like to do. And this could be a push for you to relocate somewhere else, or to try and close a property deal, or perhaps make some improvements to your own existing living situation. It does need to be said that simple conversations can really be blown out of proportion with this one. So especially around the 5th of May, just know that there's a tendency to overreact, whether that's within yourself or possibly with family members, people that you live with, and you'll just need to be mindful of that, right? So around the 6th or the 7th, we're going to have Pluto station retrograde in Aquarius in your 11th house at 5 degrees. So over the next basically 5 or so months, you may be looking at refining your long-term goals and dreams for the future, plus making some considered decisions about your wider network and community, okay? Whether that's friends of friends, your online social media platform, so digital platforms, or this could be about passive forms of income, residual forms of income, and maybe this is something to do with benefits, whether that is from the government, or you're looking at applying for a scholarship or working hard towards being able to be eligible for, let's say, like a grant, maybe that's within your career, or to have access to certain financial opportunities or resources. All right, so in the 2nd week of May, I like it. I like the look of the second week of May because we've got Sun in Taurus in your second house, sextiling Jupiter in Cancer in your fourth house. Then we'll have Mercury in Taurus in your second house, making the same sextile to Jupiter in Cancer, literally at 20 degrees. So, and then we've got, Sun conjunct Mercury in Taurus. Okay, so this is the second week of May. By the way, I will put all of the dates and the degrees in the description box below, so you can refer to that in your own time. But essentially, there's an opportunity, okay? Because sextiles represent opportunities, assistance, support, guidance. So this can be from another person. This can be from an establishment or an institution, or basically just something that I like to refer to sextiles as a coupon that needs to be redeemed within the expiry period. All right, so this is the second house and the fourth house working in tandem. Farming, agriculture, finances and resources to put towards your family, expansion, helping them, your living situation, okay, maybe assistance with your living situation, assistance with property, real estate, helping you to enhance or improve where you are. Maybe this is putting up the rent money. Maybe this, if you have an investment property, maybe this is a reduction in your rent money that you are paying, or perhaps you're looking at refinancing and getting some cash back. Okay, on a different level, this can indicate maybe receiving a physical gift, possession, valuable resource, right, which is for the home from a family member, or it could be something that you do within your own home that really enhances or improves the aesthetic of it. So there's like harmony and balance coming through to your living situation and some sort of positive opportunity here in the way of finances and resources. Okay, so just a reminder to everyone who is watching live or watching on replay, that I will always keep the signs down here. Okay, so you'll always know which sign I'm referring to. Right now we're on Aries, rising sun and moon. We're at the very beginning of this forecast. Okay, carrying on. The third week, really the second half of May is where things get quite juicy, right? So we've got a new moon in Taurus on the 16th or the 17th, depending where you live in the world. So I'm going to put that up on the screen here and shift over to the side. Right, so new moon in Taurus at 25 degrees. As you can see, it is conjunct Mercury at 28 degrees. This is occurring in your second house, Aries. So new moons equal new beginnings, planting the seed for a new chapter. But remember, the day you plant the seed is not the day that you harvest the fruit. So this could be an opportunity for you to look at generating a new stream of income, asking for a raise, investing in a resource, or procuring an investment. This could be your interest in second house themes and matters, which is farming, agriculture, wealth management. The second house also rules over storage, plus things like your wardrobe that you keep in storage. Okay, so there may be something cosmetic that you're wanting to do down the track. The second house does rule over teeth, so there could be cause for dental work, whether that is because you want to make improvements or enhancements here, or maybe you're getting a filling, or you're needing to get something attended to or looked at. All right, the second house is an extremely creative house, so there may be a new creative hobby, passion, or venture that you are wanting to pursue. Now, as you can see over here, we've got Mars conjunct Chiron at 28 degrees. This is in Aries in your first house. This is your chart ruler. Chiron is not only the wounded healer, but Chiron is also an avenue through which we can heal ourselves. And look, it's making a beautiful sextile to Venus in Gemini, which will be exact the following day. And Venus is the ruler of the new moon, by the way, so it is tying nicely into this story. So there may be a pain point or a pressure point as it relates to 28 degrees being the Cancer degree, family matters, codependence, nurturing, nourishment, or lack thereof, childhood wounds, your relationship with your family, your relationship with your children, all right? But again, we've got this beautiful sextile to Venus, so it looks like there's an opportunity for you to take a closer look at this pain point or this pressure point and address it in a way that is healthy and productive. And this is tying into what's coming through with this new moon for you. Okay, Aries. So we've got Mercury entering the sign of Gemini not too long after the new moon. We've got Mercury conjunct Gemini in your third house at 1 degree. So this is like the 17th and the 18th respectively. So for sure, there's exciting new ideas coming through, opportunities to meet new people, to network, to start new projects, whether this is a business venture, a collaboration with another person, maybe a podcast, a writing piece, a documentary. Okay, so it's a very fertile time for ideas, especially as it relates to communications, writing, technology, social media, and so on and so forth. The downside of this conjunction with Mercury and Uranus in the third house in this third week of May could be conversations going awry with siblings, with extended relatives, with co-workers, with clients, or maybe even with friends. Be extra careful on the roads in the third week of May, because Mercury conjunct Uranus in the third house could be potential for a car breaking down. Worst case scenario, knock on wood, would be like a prang or a car accident. So be extra careful. And on the 19th, we've got two things happening here. Mars, which is your chart ruler, is going to shift into the sign of Taurus, and Venus is going to enter the sign of Cancer in your fourth house. So again, we've got this interplay between the second house, finances, resources, valuables, possessions, your personal values, your self-esteem, how you're dressing, hair, makeup, wardrobe, etc. That's the focus for the next sort of 6-7 weeks. Not necessarily in a superficial way, but it just needs to be said that where your chart ruler goes, this is where your attention shifts to, right? And then Venus transiting the fourth house is like maybe wanting to spend a bit more time at home, or looking at beautifying your home, having family over or guests, entertaining in the home, looking at interior design, how you can make improvements, or perhaps there will be an opportunity for you to reconnect with women, like female members of your family, or more feminine members of your family. Doesn't necessarily have to be female. And then shifting gears, we look at the fourth week of the month. Okay, so when I say fourth week, this is from the 21st of May through to, let's just say, the end of the month, right? So the last 10 or so days. Incidentally, it's my birthday on the 21st of May. And on the 21st, the sun enters Gemini. Okay, so this is such a distinct shift in energy. I love when the sun is in Gemini because it's a time for socializing, for networking, for bouncing ideas off other people. In this last quarter of the month, there's again a big focus on collaborating, maybe signing contracts. Maybe they come out of the blue, especially with the sun conjunct Uranus in Gemini the next day at 1 degree. Okay, so there can be exciting ideas, downloads of information that are coming through for you, opportunities to network, to meet new people. And, you can certainly have brain waves about business, about social media, about AI, technology, putting yourself out there, podcasts. Maybe this is like reading a great book, starting to write a book, or create content online. And also the third house is all about licenses, qualifications, diplomas, and skills. So I think that as a whole, in May, there'll be an opportunity for you to upskill, to take on a new course, to get a new qualification. Okay, maybe you don't receive it in the month of May, but maybe you just commence something in the month of May. So getting to the very end of your reading, Aries, from the 28th of May, for like 2 months, no, 1 month, until the 19th of June, Chiron will be at 29 degrees Aries in your first house. Okay, we haven't seen this for like 50 years. This is the critical anaretic degree. And so there's something that you will be guided to heal, to reflect on, to look at, and to basically transmute. Okay, so Chiron will get to 29 degrees again, I think around September, once Chiron re-enters the sign of Aries, because it is going to go into Taurus next month. But ultimately, this is an opportunity for healing, whether that's on a physical level, on an emotional level, and so on and so forth. And so that brings us to the very end, Aries, where we've got a full moon on the 31st of May. Okay, last day of the month. It is at 9 degrees, and this is activating your 3rd and your 9th house cusp. So a full moon in the 9th house, which incidentally is trining you, is an opportunity for you to shift old belief systems that no longer serve you. Political, religious, ideological, spiritual, any kind of belief system. So you may find that something is falling away, but maybe something's being challenged for you, because this axis here activates the Antares and Aldebaran fixed star opposition. So you may feel challenged by someone in your life, whether that's a coach, a mentor, a colleague, a client, a co-worker. On a different note, this could be indicative of you receiving important suggestions, advice, coaching, right? Because it's a full moon in the 9th house. Maybe you are getting something published. Maybe you are seeing a legal matter draw to a close, or perhaps there's a poignant turn here in that journey that you're on with legal matters or government matters. In any case, full moons in the 9th house can indicate that something is illuminated for you with respect to your vision for your future, as well as your sense of optimism. Okay, Aries, so that's all I have for you for your May horoscope. If you enjoyed this reading, please do me a favor and give it a thumbs up. I'm also on Instagram and Facebook if you want to follow me for more content in between these readings. Thanks so much, Aries, and now let's move on to Taurus. Hi Taurus, Sun, Moon and Risings. First of all, happy birthday. Let me know if you are a May-born Taurus like me. My birthday is on the 21st of May. So hope you're all having a fantastic month, and let's just dive straight in, Taurus. So first, let's talk a little bit about the themes for you this month. Because we have planets transiting your first house, there is a focus for you on physical fitness, health, personal development, as well as exploring your creative passions and hobbies. If you are a Taurus sun, given that the sun rules over career, then there may be some really strong activations here in terms of your career, promotions, or doing a pivot with respect to your career. Okay, so there's also going to be a big focus for you on finances and resources, because we've got Uranus and eventually Mercury and the Sun transiting your second house. All right, so there may be some big expenses here, especially more so towards the end of the month, but ultimately there's an inclination here for you to generate more income and look at maybe diversifying your assets and your investment portfolio. So Taurus, is also going to be a big focus for you on third house themes, because we do have an activation to your third house. And we'll have Venus, which is, the ruler of Taurus, transiting the third house from the 19th of May onwards. So in this instance, there will then be a focus for you on friendships, local communities, perhaps signing important contracts, working on projects, whether this is written form, podcasts, social media, or a look at upskilling, all right? Maybe enrolling in qualifications, courses, and so on and so forth. All right, Taurus, so talking about the first week of May, we're starting off the month with a full moon in Scorpio. All right, so I've got it up on the screen here. The full moon's occurring at 11 degrees, which means that the Taurians who will be affected the most will be those of you who are around 11 degrees or maybe even 6 through till 16 degrees. So a full moon in the 7th house can indicate that there are big revelations that come through with respect to anyone you're in a one-to-one relationship with. Not everyone, but it can be anyone you're in a personal relationship with. So this can be your spouse, your significant other, your business partner, a client, someone who's a close friend of yours, right? So these are one-to-one relationships. So full moons can be a time for illuminating things, revealing information, and it allows us an opportunity to gain clarity. But it can also be a time where we break away from something that's no longer in alignment, all right? So that can be the end of a contract. Sorry, can't work together anymore, going to have to let you go. That can be on your end or on their end. And the 11th house, 11 degrees, the full moon at 11 degrees in your 7th house can indicate that there's maybe going to be a pivotal point in one of your friendships, all right? So this can be an important conversation that you have, maybe reconnecting, or maybe a relationship is fading out. Because it is a full moon in Scorpio, it can be a bit more dramatic than that. So it can involve themes of jealousy, possessiveness, but it's important to note that the full moon is trining Jupiter in Cancer, which is very positive, all right? So I'll leave that there. Just note that that first week of the month, friendships, relationship with significant others, contracts, and big changes to contracts, agreements, promises, and arrangements may be coming through in that first week of the month for you, Taurus. Okay, so we've also got Mercury entering the sign of Taurus. So this will be on the 3rd of May. And Mercury transiting your first house can be a time where you're so busy with emails, with preparing documents, with responding to texts and phone calls. Okay, it can also be a time for networking, meeting more people, making friends, dealing with a lot of clients, maybe just like a really dense paperwork period for you. And moving along though, we do have Mars in Aries in your 12th house, squaring Jupiter in Cancer in your 3rd house at 19 degrees. So this can be a time where conversations that were meant to be constructive and helpful get blown out of proportion, or there can be a tendency to misconstrue things, to misunderstand them, to take them the wrong way. And then worst case scenario can be an argument or a disagreement ensuing and potentially leading to the breakdown of a relationship. All right. But Jupiter is exalted in the sign of Cancer. Mars rules over the sign of Aries. So these planets are very strong in their signs, and this could actually be a moment for you to push beyond your comfort zone, okay? Break free from a victim mindset or narrative that's been bubbling along underneath the surface. This can see you overcoming addictions. This can see you having real striking moments of clarity when it comes to self-awareness, and then being able to enact positive change as a result. And when I look at this aspect, I don't know, I just get a good feeling about it. Sometimes I look at Mars squared Jupiter and I'm like, ugh, yikes. But in this instance, I'm like, no, it's positive for growth. It's personal development. It's pushing beyond self-limiting behaviors and beliefs, right? So still in the first week of the month, we've got Pluto stationing retrograde in Aquarius in your 10th house at 5 degrees. So the 10th house is the top of the chart for you, Taurus. And this means it's all about your public image and your public reputation. So Pluto here suggests to me that there's a pivot that's occurring over the next 5 or so months, okay, for the duration of Pluto being retrograde. So 5 degrees is creativity, leadership, being in the spotlight, plus love, romance, children, and even sex. So Pluto retrograde here at 5 degrees in the 10th house is like, what are you presenting in terms of your public image? And is there a way to pivot to integrate more joy and passion into your life? Because Pluto here is asking you to pursue what you're intensely passionate about. Okay, so there may be some shifts that come through in terms of your relationship status, your parental status, all right, whether that's you being a parent, step parent, foster parent, godparent, grandparent, adoptive parent. Okay, so I'll park that there with you, but just to reiterate, I think that the next 5 months, your public reputation, your public image is going to go under some sort of reconstructive, transformative shift, right? So the second week of May, as I was saying for Aries, is really positive because we've got Sun in Taurus, sextile Jupiter in Cancer. Okay, so that's a sextile between your first house and your third house. We've got Mercury in Taurus, sextile Jupiter in Cancer. Again, the first and the third house. And then we've got a Sun-Mercury conjunction in Taurus at 23 degrees in the first house. Okay, so the second week to me looks super positive for personal development, upskilling, utilizing your network, meeting new people, making new friends, as well as pursuing contracts. All right, so this can be for property, for a shift in your career, promotions, collaborating with other people, new writing projects could be coming online for you, or existing ones that you are picking back up. Maybe this is to do with content creation, website development, and maybe even purchasing a new car for some of you. Okay, so with the Sun conjunct Mercury, so this is around the 14th or 15th, this could be a real brainwave that comes through for you, all right? Whether this is related to business, creativity, skills, education, or even an exciting travel opportunity, or something to do with increasing your finances, resources, or perhaps it's just like an abundance mindset shift, like shifting to something that's more positive. Okay, so just a quick reminder, if you are watching this live, the timestamps will be available after the live has aired. So I'll be providing those in the comment section and the description box below. All right, Taurus, so the third week of the month, we start off with a new moon in Taurus, okay, in your first house. So this is at 25 degrees. It's not too far away from Algol, which is a fixed star in astrology, which is quite malefic in nature. But I want to draw your attention to the fact that the new moon is conjunct Mercury and it's sextiling Jupiter in Cancer, which gives it this harmonious, positive reframe. Okay, that doesn't mean there's nothing difficult about this new moon, but I'm just saying that whatever difficulties arrive, whatever challenges you meet with the start of a new chapter, the start of a new cycle, there's like a way out with the sextile to Jupiter. There is help available, there is assistance available, whether that's someone in your network, like a friend, a co-worker, a client, maybe someone you used to go to school with Jupiter in the third house, or even a sibling or an extended relative. All right. In any case, new moon, new opportunity, new moon, new me, right? So there's a new beginning coming through, a new chapter coming through. And because the new moon is conjunct Mercury, this suggests that it is going to involve communications, whether that is of the written or oral variety, or maybe it's going to involve other people, right? So networking, collaborating with other people, or Mercury here can be contracts. 28 degrees rules over property, real estate, and construction, and other things as well. But you know, this could even be a look in at trying your hand at farming. All right, so pursuing something in farming, in agriculture. It would be remiss of me not to mention the fact that Mars and Chiron are conjunct here at 28 degrees in your 12th house. Fortunately, they are sextiling Venus, which is your chart ruler, in Gemini in the second house. So there may be some fears that arise with this particular new moon. So it's like, do I have what it takes? Do I have the skills? What is it going to cost me? What am I going to have to sacrifice or give up in order to pursue this new beginning, right? But, you know, we only get one new moon in our sign every year. So make it a good one. Write down your intentions after the new moon. I would say give it about 12 hours after the new moon has passed. And ultimately, a new moon in your sign is a golden opportunity for personal development, self-awareness, learning new things, starting a new chapter. Whether that is wanting to start a family, wanting to buy a house, wanting to start a new creative project, or branch out into a new career or a new industry. You know, you name it. If it's new, then you can align it to the new moon energy, which is so potent for you, Taurus. So we're still talking about the third week of the month. Not long after the new moon takes place, within a matter of hours, Mercury is going to enter the sign of Gemini. All right, so it'll be leaving your sign, and with Mercury transiting your second house, there can be a real interest in organizing your finances, your resources, and also looking at potentially things like cryptocurrency or investing in technology that is going to support your financial management routine, or whatever structure you have in place. Or maybe you don't have a structure and there's going to be some sort of focused interest in that. All right, so we've got Mercury conjunct Uranus at 1 degree in your second house. So Uranus is the higher octave of Mercury. This conjunction in your second house is like, I have an amazing idea for how to increase my wealth and abundance, how to generate a new stream of income, something that I want to invest in, something that I want to purchase, whether that's an asset, a possession, or a valuable, all right? Or it's like, I want to learn about second house topics and themes, farming, agriculture, anything to do with finances, resources, but then it's also a very creative house as well. So think the 5 senses, all right? So there may be something creative that you are wanting to try your hand at here. The second house is also to do with storage. So it's like, how do I store things? How do I increase my storage? Or maybe you want to clear things out or invest in storage, whether this is, no, I'm getting lost in the deep end. I'm cutting myself off here. I'm a Gemini rising, so I tend to do that. Now, still in the third week, we've got a massive shift of energy on the 19th of May. All right, so Mars is entering Taurus, so it'll be transiting your first house for several weeks, and Venus, which is your chart ruler, will be entering the sign of Cancer and transiting your third house. Okay, so with this shifting of gears, changing of guard, you know, Mars through the first house is like, on a positive note, let me get fit, let me start becoming more active, all right? Depending on what season of your life you're in, what chapter, and physical mobility permitting, that's going to play out on a different range, all right? So maybe you're like in your 70s and your 80s, and going out for a sprightly walk is just the ticket, and that's going to be a positive shift for you, all right? But maybe some Taurians are wanting to really push themselves at the gym, going for marathons. Maybe you have a weight goal, all right? Mars in Taurus in the first house. This is a transit for, when we have Mars going through our first house, we have to be more careful when it comes to accidents, okay? So this can be being clumsy, bull in a china shop, show me a Taurus who isn't a little bit clumsy. Or it can be you feeling more agitated, more aggressive, more easily frustrated. Taurians are so chill for like several weeks or months or even years. And then it can be like that Mars in the first house transit where you just pop off. All right. So you may have to keep your temper in check with this particular transit. But in any case, Mars in the first house is such a motivating transit for movement, not just on a physical level, but also career, getting healthy, improving your life, becoming more productive, okay? Leaving slovenly, lethargic, couch potato tendencies to the side and being like, do you know what? The gloves are coming off, okay? That's not to say I'm calling all Taurians couch potatoes, and I'm not calling you lazy, but it's like Taurians are so hardworking, but sometimes they just want to stay where they're comfortable, right? So it's like, I work hard at this thing. I'm the hardest worker I know. But when it comes to taking a risk or making significant changes, that's like outside the comfort zone. So that's what I'm speaking to here. Venus, however, transiting the third house is like, let me network, let me read more, let me listen to podcasts, let me write, let me catch up with friends and family. So more so like siblings and extended relatives. And there may be an opportunity here for you to go on a vacation, more like local, short-term, weekend away, interstate, something like that. But Venus in your third house is definitely positive for pursuing upskilling, right? Like whether this is through courses, online, diplomas, skills, qualifications, and whatnot. So for the fourth week, 21st of May, as I said, my birthday, Sun will enter Gemini, all right? So Sun going through the second house again shows this shift in focus towards finances, resources, financial independence, money management, and also being more diligent or more mindful about diet and nutrition. On the 22nd, Sun will conjunct Uranus in Gemini in your second house. So again, this can be a download when it comes to like the spark of an idea about finances, resources, investments, valuables, maybe even stuff to do with self-worth, self-esteem, your personal values, right? If we leave finances to the side. We do have Chiron at 29 degrees from the 28th of May through till the 19th of June. Okay, so this is the critical anaretic degree. So pretty much for about 4 weeks, there's a focus here on self-sabotaging behavior, overcoming a victim mindset, also maybe healing something on a really deep level, right? Whether this is like a spiritual level, whether this is to do with fears and insecurities, or maybe something to do with past lives, all right? So just a little preview at next month. Chiron will enter Taurus for the first time in about 50 years, all right? And Chiron will be in Taurus for several months till it goes back into Aries around September. So do not miss June, June's horoscope, because this is critical and pivotal for all Taurians, Sun, Moon, and Rising, right? So lastly, for the month Taurus, we've got a Sagittarius full moon occurring in your 8th house at 9 degrees. So it's activating the 8th and the 8th and the 2nd house, 8th and 2nd houses for you, I beg your pardon. And 9 degrees of these signs activates the Antares and Aldebaran fixed sign opposition. So this can indicate there being struggles or disagreements around personal finances and mutual finances and resources, mine versus yours, what you contribute versus what I contribute. It doesn't have to be quote unquote negative. I mean, by all means, look, the full moon is trining Neptune, which is positive. It's trining Saturn. So there is an opportunity here for generosity, charity, receiving support from other people, maybe providing that support to other people. But the opposition to the sun is like maybe the ego is getting involved here, or perhaps you're having to really address what your values are when it comes to resources, finances, money management, and what's inherently important to you. Lastly, a full moon in the 8th house can actually reveal secrets that have been hidden and even bring you closer to your significant other. Okay, so I'm saying that because the moon is trining Neptune and Saturn, and the 8th house is like vulnerability and intimacy. In any case, a full moon in the 8th house can actually see you being liberated or free of certain fears and insecurities, or possibly even addictions. Okay, Taurus, that's all I have for you for your May horoscope. If you enjoyed this reading, please give it a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Also, I am on Instagram plus Facebook. It's just Castrology if you want to see more content from me, and private readings are open. If you want to do this one-on-one, you can head to castrology.com and book an astrology reading or even a tarot reading. All right, catch you next time. Let's move to Gemini. Hi Gemini, Sun, Moon and Risings. Welcome to your May 2026 horoscope. First of all, happy birthday if you are a May-born Gemini. Even if you're a June-born Gemini, let me know, Geminis, when's your birthday? I'm a Gemini rising. I'm curious. I want to know when your birthday is so I can wish you a happy birthday. All right, now that that's out of the way, let's look at the themes for the month. And by the way, I'm doing things a bit different with this forecast. Not only am I looking at the themes at the beginning of the month for you, I've also broken down my horoscopes into 4-week blocks. First week, second week, and so on and so forth. So theme number 1 for you is your long-term goals and dreams for the future. And the reason for that is that we've got some heavy Aries energy that is still coming through in this month. All right, we've got a Mercury Chiron conjunction, we've got a Mars Chiron conjunction, Mars in Aries in your 11th house squaring Jupiter in Cancer. So Gemini, a theme for you is, what am I doing with my long-term goals and dreams? What about passive forms of income? What about awards, rewards, accolades, and acknowledgement? So maybe there's some sort of positive reinforcement that's going to come through. Plus, the 11th house is all about your network, all right? So maybe you are meeting new people this month, and maybe there are other people and you're like, not for me anymore. Okay, so really considering who you hang out with in your community is like a big ticket item for you. Second theme for the month is 12th house matters. Okay, we do have strong activations to the 12th house. So for some Geminis, this is going to look like self-care, massage, spending time away in a retreat, getting more in touch with your deeper emotions, spirituality, working on heightening your intuitive abilities, right? Or maybe looking at getting a reading done, whether that's astrology, tarot, or something else. Side note, I am available for private one-to-one readings, so you can book that via kastrology.com. But nevertheless, as I was saying, that's the 12th house side of things. Or it can be like, okay, self-awareness, how am I self-sabotaging? What victim mindset or narrative is playing out for me that I need to really just take care of, okay? And then the third theme for you is personal development. All right, we've got planets starting to shift into the sign of Gemini. Uranus is already here, so it's just like intuitive downloads, networking, meeting new people, learning new things, upskilling. Maybe this is to do with skills, qualifications, certifications, or signing important contracts, or having really pivotal, memorable, important conversations, like life-changing conversations with people. All right, so let's dive in, Gemini, to your first week of the month. So straight out of the gate, we've got a full moon in Scorpio, and this is going to be occurring at 11 degrees in your 6th house. So I'm going to put that up on the screen for you. All right, so full moons are all about revealing information. All right, we're seeing things more clearly. Situations can reach some kind of peak or crisis point, and sometimes full moons can bring through cause for celebration, right? This one is trine Jupiter in Cancer, so that's very possible. But other times it can bring through some kind of some kind of significant shift. All right, so the full moon's in your 6th house, so this can indicate that you are having a big shift when it comes to what you do for work. All right, so this can be like, I'm not doing these responsibilities anymore, or I'm giving up these responsibilities, I'm delegating these responsibilities. I actually have to let go of this employee, right? So there can be a shift to your daily habits and routines, not just on a career level, but on a personal level. All right, I'm no longer starting my day with coffee. I'm starting with cacao or a cup of tea, or I'm no longer going to be, scrolling on my phone as soon as I wake up. I'm actually going to start the day by going for a walk or journaling. Okay, so there's like a strong shift in your daily habits and routines, and also a shift in what you're doing in terms of work in that first week of the month. For some of you, it could just be like, okay, I've finished this project and now it's not needed, it's not required. Full moon in the 6th house does need to be said that there may be some kind of cause for you to take your pet to the vet, get a checkup. Maybe you want to do that preemptively. All right. Moving along though. Actually, no, one more thing. It can be the end of a conflict, because the 6th house is conflict and, being challenged and arguments and disagreements. So there could be a peak moment here, right, where a conflict just kind of like blows out of proportion, but then it can be resolved. All right. So Gemini, let's keep it moving. We're still talking about the first week of the month. So Mercury is going to enter the sign of Taurus on the 3rd of May. All right. So this is your chart ruler. Wherever Mercury goes, actually, no, I forgot to mention we do have Mercury conjunct Chiron, and that's around the 1st, the 2nd of May. So that can bring through potentially difficult conversations, especially with an older sibling or someone in your wider network or community. But by the same token, it's like, okay, I can resolve this. Plus Mercury conjunct Chiron might be having to really take stock of what your long-term goals and dreams are. Okay, moving along. Mercury, your chart ruler, will enter Taurus on the 3rd. And so this is indicative of your focus now shifting to 12th house themes. Spirituality, creativity. This can be like deep research. This can be scientific research, or it can be wanting to create, all right? Whether this is like poetry, photography, filmography, an opportunity to act. Mercury going through the 12th house can indicate that you are focusing your attention on psychology. Okay, so that can be yourself, right? So looking at things at a deeper level, addressing self-limiting beliefs or self-sabotaging behaviors, or working with someone who can bring certain things to your attention. And we've also got Mars in your 11th house squaring Jupiter and Cancer in your 2nd house. So this is in that first week of the month. So this can indicate that there is going to be an opportunity for you to push outside of your comfort zone, especially as it relates to long-term goals and dreams, passive forms of income, your social media platform, your wider network, creating a community or joining a community, and maybe even humanitarian causes, social justice issues. All right, so you could be investing your time and resources into some or more of these things. And then the square to Jupiter and Cancer is just like maybe someone is challenging your values, right? So why are you doing this? Why are you spending money on this? Why are you spending time on this? And maybe there's need for you to potentially push back or check someone. But ultimately, the Mars-Jupiter square is an incredible opportunity for self-development, personal growth, going beyond your existing comfort zone. And, this can be, there may be cause for you to invest a large sum of money in something. So some big expenses could come up around the first week of the month, but it's like supporting your long-term goals and future. All right, so we've got Pluto stationing retrograde in Aquarius in your 9th house for about the next 5 months. So that's at 5 degrees. Pluto retrograde in the 9th house is like, how do I integrate this new vision, this new belief system? How do I fight this court case, this legal battle? Just remember, Pluto is trining you, okay? So maybe it's like making an appeal to something. Maybe this is just like knowledge for you at a higher level, like going deeper. I want to become an expert. I want to be the best in my field. I want to learn more. I want to, go so much deeper and wider in this subject, right? So it's just like I'm expanding outwards, but I'm going to another level. And over the course of the next 5 months, you may have gotten to expert level, or it's like pre-qualification, like getting ready to shift careers potentially. So the second week of the month, we've got the sun in, I love this week of the month. We've got the sun in Taurus, sextile Jupiter in Cancer, Mercury in Taurus, again, sextile Jupiter in Cancer, both at 20 degrees, then sun conjunct Mercury in Taurus at 23 degrees. So this is an interaction between the 12th house and the 2nd house for you. But ultimately, I see this as breaking out of self-limiting beliefs, the opportunity for you to utilize your finances or your resources in a way that is going to be very helpful for your own personal growth and development. Maybe there's someone here who comes in with an education opportunity for you, or they're like, hey, you can use my office, you can use these resources, you can have access to these books or to this free content. Okay, so I actually think that there's a really big focus on learning, research, and getting to know yourself in terms of like your own, I guess, your own inner psyche, like going deeper with the subconscious, but in a positive way. In the third week of the month, Gemini, things start to get really busy. So we start off the week, so the third week of the month, with a new moon in Taurus. All right, so it's in your 12th house, but it's conjunct your chart ruler, which is Mercury. At the same time, Look at that. Mars is exactly conjunct Chiron, like to the minute, but it sextiles Venus in Gemini. What does this all mean? We are seeing an interaction between the 11th, 12th, and first houses for you, and even the second house, because we've got Cancer here. Ultimately, new moons indicate a new chapter taking place, a new beginning. I love to write down my intentions with every new moon. I wait at least 12 hours after the new moon has taken place, but in any case, even up to 3 days after, still good. Ultimately, a new moon in the 12th house indicates that you have an opportunity here to start a new creative project, an opportunity to go deeper with your research, to pursue spirituality, to unlock, I want to say, new realities or like timelines through going inwards, whether that's with meditation. Also, maybe there's like a deep interest here in astrology or something to do with cultivating your intuitive abilities further. All right, so maybe you're wanting to learn the tarot, for example. In any case, a new moon in the 12th house can play out as an opportunity to start to get to know yourself better, either on a personal level, maybe you're going to start journaling, or it could be working with someone who holds that space for you. All right, so with the conjunction between Mars and Chiron, sextile Venus in Gemini, to me, what's coming up here is conditioning that has been around since childhood for you, or that is coming through in terms of cultural influences. And there is an opportunity here for you to rewrite that, to reprogram that, and to maybe reconnect with either an older sibling or someone that you used to be friends with, or someone who's like a friend of a friend. And maybe there's something that's going to bring you closer. Perhaps there's like a new like a community that is forming, whether that's on an online level or at a local level. All right, so moving along, Gemini, we're still talking about the third week. So Mercury is going to enter Gemini just a few hours after that. With Mercury transiting your first house, our first house, you'll be so full of ideas. These can be creative ideas, ideas for business, for collaborations, for content creation, which I think I already mentioned. Mercury transiting the first house can see you socializing heaps, right? Whether that's with friends, making new contacts, new opportunities to collaborate with other people. The next day, so on the 18th, we'll have Mercury conjunct Uranus in Gemini in your first house at 1 degree. So this can be an incredible idea that comes through, an intuitive download, just getting the whole idea for what you want to do, maybe with a product, with a business, with forming a community, starting a community, something to do with an online social media portfolio or platform. And surprising conversations can occur with Mercury conjunct Uranus in Gemini. And this is the first Mercury-Uranus conjunction in Gemini that we're seeing in like 80 years plus. So we're going to have Mars enter Taurus in your 12th house and Venus enter Cancer in your second house as of the 19th. All right, so the 19th of May. And so now with Mars in the 12th house, it's like, how do I overcome these self-sabotaging behaviors? Maybe you're wanting to really pursue meditation, pursue yoga, overcome addictions, overcome a victim mindset. You know, Mars going through the 12th house is like a powerful transit for clarity about self, about what's no longer serving you, and cutting things out of your life. Mars going through the 12th house could be a time where there are a lot of expenses. It does need to be said. Nevertheless, Venus transiting the second house is just like, okay, I'm now focused on my finances, my resources, maybe diet, nutrition, a look at eating more healthily. Venus going through the ninth. Second house could be you turning your focus to enhancing your appearance, whether that's like hair, makeup, dress sense, something to do with teeth, like cosmetic enhancements. And moving along on, when we get to the 4th week, we've got the sun entering Gemini on the 21st of May. Like I said, that's my birthday. Even though I'm a Taurus sun, I digress. Sun going into Gemini means it's your season, all right? So with the sun in Gemini, you'll be feeling more sociable, more inclined to network, more like yourself. It can improve your health and vitality. The next day, we do have sun conjunct Uranus in Gemini at 1 degree. So with sun conjunct Uranus, you do have to take extra care with your nervous system, okay? And it could be more of a risk here of accidents occurring, especially on the road. So especially in that, last week, or the first, let's say from the 21st to like the 23rd, 24th of May, just be more careful when it comes to driving and that kind of thing. So being on the road. We've got Chiron at 29 degrees Aries from the 28th of May through till the 19th of June. So there can be something that you're now needing to address about your long-term goals and dreams for the future, or your wider network, passive forms of income, okay, or even like your humanitarian beliefs, like causes that you want to be involved with, social justice issues. So these themes could be coming up in a really big way for you, more so in those last few days of the month, and certainly, for the first 2.5 weeks of June. In any case, Gemini will finish with the Sagittarius full moon. So I've got the chart up on the screen here. This is at 9 degrees in your 7th house. The Geminis who are going to feel it the most will, of course, be those at 9 degrees Gemini, plus or minus 5 degrees. All right, so the 9-degree axis of Gemini and Sagittarius is activating Antares and Aldebaran, okay, which are fixed stars in astrology, which directly oppose one another. And so this is a time where it's really hard to win arguments. It's like what you start will be mirrored back to you by someone in your life who's opposing you or challenging you. So you have to be really careful when it comes to basically crap that you may be starting at the end of the month. So be careful with arguments, with conflicts, with challenging other people, because this for sure is a full moon where what you give, you get back, and maybe then some. All right. So on a different note, the full moon is going to be trining Neptune and Saturn in Aries, okay, as well as sextiling Pluto in Aquarius. So there's definitely ways and methods for you to resolve difficult problems, and I dare say conflicts with other people, in more peaceful means and terms. So, reaching for the lever that is the most hardcore is not the play with this particular full moon. On a different note, this could signal the conclusion of a contract, all right, or an agreement or an arrangement. So I'm going to leave that there, Gemini. If you enjoyed this reading, please give it a thumbs up. If you'd like to see more content on the channel, please hit the subscribe button. My books are open for private readings. If you want to do this one-on-one, you can head to kastrology.com. Plus, I'm also on Instagram and Facebook as well if you're wanting to see more regular updates from me. Okay, let's now look at Cancer. Hi Cancer, Sun, Moon and Risings. Welcome to your May 2026 horoscope. So let's start off the month by looking at the themes. Okay, so the themes for you Cancer are going to center around your public status and your reputation, because we do have some strong activations to your 10th house, especially for the first half of the month. And we've also got a focus for you on the 11th house. So this is your long-term vision for your future, big, large-scale projects that you're working on, networking, okay? So expanding your existing community and network further. And then we do have some activations to the 12th house. So this is about going inward, understanding yourself at a deep psychological level. And of course, there are some real creative and spiritual inclinations that are coming through for you this month, especially more so towards the second half of the month. Sorry, I closed the door just before and it just went bang. So, that's that scared me. All right, Cancer. I'm doing something a bit different this month, and I'm breaking down the horoscopes into 4 weeks. So let's begin by looking at the first week of May. We start off the month with a full moon in Scorpio, which is in your 5th house at 11 degrees. It's trining you, which is great. Plus it's trining Jupiter in Cancer, which you can see here at 19 degrees. It does coincide with Mercury conjunct Chiron in Aries in your 10th house. So let's unpack this. Full moons are a time of illumination, revelation. It can be a time where we make a big pivot, where we gain clarity around themes, subjects, situations, or relationships which were previously murky. And sometimes it's cause for celebration, all right, or a signal that something is complete. So the full moon in the 5th house could indicate that you are completing a creative project. So maybe something is ready for launch. Maybe you've finished writing a book. Maybe you're about to launch a new business or another dynamic of your existing business. So maybe that's like a new product for sale or a new service, right? On a different note, but still related to business, maybe you're like, I need to put this on pause, or I need to sell my business, or I need to close it down. On a different note, you could just be finishing off a creative project, whether this is a photography portfolio, a painting, a drawing. I think I already mentioned writing a book, so that's up there as well. Or maybe there's an athletic performance that you are needing to deliver in this first week of the month. On a different note, maybe some of you are finding out that you are pregnant around the first week of the month, or maybe even, second week of the month. Also, a full moon in the 5th house can indicate that there's a significant shift that is occurring in the lives of one of your children. So maybe they are graduating, maybe they are getting into a relationship, maybe it's the breakdown of a relationship, or they're getting a new job, or perhaps you're just noticing this on like a developmental level, especially if your kids are younger and you're like, oh, now your speaking has improved, or your reading has improved, or maybe there's like some milestone in that way. Lastly, there may be a significant change in your romantic status, all right? So this could be like taking it from casually dating to more exclusive, or maybe you're seeing someone and you're like, no, I need to end this relationship, or perhaps this is like a profound realization that you're having about your own romantic preferences or sexual preferences. Okay, so shifting gears, Cancer, but still looking at the first week of the month. Actually, I forgot to mention Mercury conjunct Chiron at 27 degrees in your 10th house, which is right at the top of the chart, could indicate that your conversations, your content that you're putting out there could very well be listened to and heard and taken on board, right? So it could have a very healing impact on people. And it's 333 the afternoon right now, angel number, right as I said that. Okay, so what you're saying could have a very significant impact on other people. It could go far, it could go wide. Maybe that's just like content that you're creating, or something that you have created and that you are circulating. Okay, so Mercury will enter Taurus on the 3rd. And so with Mercury transiting your 11th house for actually not very long, just a couple of weeks, this can be a time where you are increasing your networking status, right? So it's like, I'm joining this community, I'm joining that community, I'm going to networking events, I've made new friends, or maybe you're just thinking more about long-term projects and your, I guess, long-term goals for the future. Okay, Cancer. So we've got Mars in Aries in your 10th house, squaring Jupiter in Cancer in your 1st house at 19 degrees. So that's on the 5th, but again, this energy is with you for the first week of the month. So here there's an invitation, but it may not feel like an invitation. It may feel like you're being pushed outside of your comfort zone. I need to be more independent. I need to take on more responsibility. I need to put myself out there more. I need to reach towards this stretch goal. Okay, or maybe people are asking things of you that you're not sure that you can handle, right? So it's like becoming a parent, or maybe this is like babysitting your niece or your nephew, or it's like throwing your hat in the ring for a promotion or taking on a leadership position. Or maybe this is you realizing that you're needing to delegate, maybe needing to step away from a position of leadership or power, and look at a succession plan. Okay, so one way or another in the first week of the month, it appears that there is some sort of opportunity for you to have a pivot when it comes to your public status, your public reputation, your career, and how you're presenting yourself. So we've got Pluto stationing retrograde in Aquarius in your 8th house at 5 degrees on the 6th or the 7th, depending where you live in the world. So the next 5 months, there's going to be a focus on your mutual resources, all right? So how am I making money with other people, joint bank accounts, joint investments, or maybe it's to do with overcoming fears, overcoming addictions, delving more deeply into matters relating to intimacy, to being vulnerable, or perhaps to your sex life somehow. All right, so some of you may be looking at how you can enhance your fertility. So fertility may be coming up for you over the next 5 months, or maybe you're just looking at potentially starting a family or expanding your family. So then we get to the second week of the month, and we've got the Sun in Taurus, sextile Jupiter in Cancer. So Sun in the 11th house, sextile Jupiter in Cancer in your 1st house. We've got Mercury in Taurus, also sextiling Jupiter in Cancer in your 1st house. And then we've got a Sun-Mercury conjunction in Taurus. So just a reminder, all of the aspects, all of the dates, all of the degrees, they're all in the description box below. So you can refer back to that at your leisure. In any case, the second week of the month presents opportunities for you to meet new people, network, refine your long-term goals and dreams for the future, generate passive forms of income, maybe enter competitions, receive awards, receive accolades or recognition. Maybe this is an opportunity for you to start planning an event or get into the event planning space somehow. Sun Mercury conjunct in your 11th house could be an opportunity for you to make new friends, to start a new social media platform or expand your existing socials further. So for example, maybe you're just on YouTube and Instagram and you're like, let me take a look at TikTok. I was going to say TokTik. Okay, so the second week looks like a time for accepting help, asking for advice, I like to refer to sextiles as coupons that need to be redeemed within the expiry date, because if it's too late, sorry, should have used it earlier. All right. So if people are offering you help, if people are offering you an opportunity to interview, to apply for a job, to put your best foot forward, or to just pick their brain, if maybe they're like an expert in the industry, say yes. Okay. So moving along, Cancer, the third week of the month starts off with a new moon in Taurus. Okay. So let's put that up on the screen. So the new moon in Taurus will occur at 25 degrees in your 11th house, and it is conjunct Mercury at 28 degrees. And here you can see it's actually sextiling Jupiter in Cancer in your first house. The new moon coincides with Mars conjunct Chiron at 28 degrees in your 10th house. So let's unpack this. New moon, new me. New moon, new chapter, new beginning. It's an opportunity for you to plant new seeds. As I said in the Aries horoscope, the day you plant the seed is not the day you harvest the fruit. So don't worry if it seems like a feeble new beginning, whether that's you setting your intentions, whether that's you applying for a job, whether that's you starting a new project. Give it time, give it 6 months, give it 18 months, and wait to see the full moon in Taurus or the subsequent full moon in Taurus. Sometimes new moons just have like a 4-week, 29-day life cycle. All right. In any case, the 11th house is your passive forms of income. It represents opportunities to be supported by the government, to receive financial grants, whether that's from someone else, a scholarship, or perhaps for your work. The 11th house also relates to communities and networking. So maybe you're looking at being accepted into a new community. Maybe you're looking at forming a new community. In any case, 25 degrees is the Aries degree, which inherently has with it some sort of risk. Okay, there's a risk attached to this new beginning where it's like, I need to put myself out there. I need to be a go-getter. So I was going to say goal-getter, maybe that too. Just inventing new terms over here. But the conjunction between Mars and Chiron in the 10th house is a bit of a pain point. It's a bit of a pressure point. What would people think? What about my existing reputation? What about everything I've built so far? What does it say about me that I want to pursue this new beginning, or that I'm starting this new chapter? Am I taking a step backwards? All of these thoughts and considerations may be coming through for you. But remember, with Mars conjunct Chiron, sextiling Venus in Gemini, it's like, those are just the fears, because, Venus is in the 12th house, but there's like a beautiful opportunity here for you to expand. Remember, the potential pain that feels like it is, that feels like it's coming through with this new beginning is actually just like growth. Okay. So if you're wanting to pursue something new, but it's a bit of a departure from what you had previously wanted for yourself, just know that it's okay for there to be a bit of sadness and a bit of grief around that, but that doesn't mean you shouldn't pursue it. Okay, Cancer. So moving along, still talking about the third week of the month, and that new moon energy is with you, like even 1-2 weeks before, 1-2 weeks after, but really that's the beginning of the third week of May. So a few hours after that, we'll have Mercury entering the sign of Gemini. Okay, and then Mercury is going to conjunct Uranus in your 12th house at 1 degree. So look, I may be a little more positive about Mercury and planets being in the 12th house, because in whole sign, my Mercury and my Sun are here. But in any case, this is like really lending itself well to you improving your intuitive abilities, cultivating new intuitive abilities, pursuing new creative opportunities, going deep when it comes to data, research. Even scientific discoveries are found in the 12th house. Mercury conjunct Uranus here can reveal secrets and home truths either about yourself, or you're like, oh, am I really like that? Like I'm seeing myself clearly and I don't know if I like this about myself. Or it can reveal things about other people, because Uranus rules the 8th house. So, Mercury here ruling your 3rd house. Maybe this is about friends. Maybe this is about siblings. Maybe this is about extended relatives or clients or co-workers. Or it's just like, I'm discovering information and what do I do with this? Okay, the best case scenario is positive breakthroughs when it comes to fears, addictions, mental health considerations, and self-sabotaging behaviors. All right, so this is still talking about the 3rd week of the month. On the 19th, Mars is going to enter Taurus, so it's going to start transiting your 11th house. And also, same day, Venus is going to enter your 1st house. Love to see it. All right, so Mars in the 11th house is like, let me work on my long-term goals and dreams. Let me pursue passive forms of income or generate new residual forms of income. Okay, Mars transiting the 11th house can indicate that you are maybe fighting for humanitarian causes, getting involved in activism, like really participating with a collective group of people. Mars going through the 11th house, worst case scenario can be really butting heads with older siblings or butting heads with people who are like friends or part of your network. Okay, so I just want to say that for me, I have always really enjoyed having Mars transit my 11th house, because this is when I've been like super productive and active when it comes to pursuing my goals. And I'm pretty sure I started K-astrology while Mars was transiting my 11th house. Okay, so Venus transiting your 1st house, amazing. This is going to lend itself well to romantic exploration, experiencing more love and joy and harmony and peace within your existing romantic relationship. If you're not in a relationship, maybe this is you putting yourself out there, meeting someone new. Maybe it's simple flirtations. On a non-romantic front, this is just seeing you be more charismatic, more attractive, more creatively inclined and inspired. Maybe this is indicative of you wanting to indulge the senses, whether this is with a massage, getting your hair done, makeup done, buying new clothes for yourself. Venus is in my 1st house now from the Taurus sun sign horoscope, and it just feels good. It just feels right to have Venus going through your 1st house, because it on an internal level does bring through more stability, especially emotional stability. And I've got Venus in Cancer myself. So Venus in Cancer it can be an emotional time, but it's also a time of deep like nurturing of self, and sometimes experiencing nurturing and nourishment from others. Okay, so moving through to the 4th week of the month. All right, so on the 21st of May, which is my birthday, we've got the sun entering the sign of Gemini. Okay, so now the sun will be transiting your 12th house for the next 4 weeks, which means that there is an inclination to go more into the Cancer shell. Okay, spend more time at home, spend more time meditating, spend more time in quiet contemplation. This may be a time where you are going on a retreat or getting more involved in spiritual pursuits, maybe meditation, maybe yoga. Also, maybe you're more creatively inclined with the sun going through the 12th house, because the 12th house is one of the creative houses in astrology. All right, so we do have the sun conjunct Uranus in Gemini at 1 degree on the 22nd. So this can bring through sudden realizations about potentially like a victim mindset, or this can be to do with creative downloads, okay, wanting to pursue a new creative project, go more in depth when it comes to research and possibly scientific exploration. Now, from the 28th of May through till the 19th of June, Chiron will be at 29 degrees Aries. We haven't had Chiron at 29 degrees Aries for probably about 50 plus years. All right, so it is squaring you from the 10th house, from the top of the chart. So, and this will be for a few months, like through till about, for several weeks. Then we will experience this a few months later in September. In any case, with Chiron at 29 degrees in the 10th house, this is throwing up some real hard-hitting questions about who am I? What legacy do I want to leave behind? What am I doing in this relationship? What public image am I presenting? What are my goals? You know, the 11th house is goals, but the 10th house is like literally the legacy that you are creating and potentially leaving behind. So some really big questions around identity and self-concept will likely come up, especially in those last few days of the month. Now, just to finish up Cancer, on the 31st, we will have a full moon in Sagittarius, and this will be occurring in your 6th house at 9 degrees. So a full moon in the 6th house can indicate the end of a cycle or chapter as it relates to daily habits and routines. So maybe overcoming a habit, overcoming a routine, like a negative vice, let's say. Plus it can be the escalation of a conflict or a challenging situation, but it can lead to resolution, especially because the moon is trine Neptune and Saturn. Now, as I've said for the other signs, this is activating the fixed stars, Aldebaran and Antares, okay, which sit opposite each other in Sagittarius and Gemini. So you're going to want to be careful when it comes to conflicts that you get embroiled in, whether that is ones that you initiate or that you participate in, because this opposition between these two fixed stars is like getting as good as you give. Okay, so just be mindful, like what you throw out there in terms of starting disagreements or arguments or whatever, that can come back like manyfold. So going or heading in a direction of peaceful conflict resolution is advised here. On a different note, might be a time for you to look at getting a checkup for your pet. All right, so full moons in the 6th house are always a good time to do a routine checkup. Plus full moons in the 6th house can actually see there being the end of a really difficult situation or chapter in your life where it's like, okay, I know how to resolve this situation I've been contending with is now coming to a close. Okay, Cancer, that's all I have for you for this month. If you enjoyed the reading, please give it a thumbs up. If you want to see more content on the channel, hit the subscribe button. You can follow me on Instagram and Facebook if you want to see more content there. Plus, I'm also available for personal, private, one-to-one readings, so you can book through kastrology.com. Have a blessed month, and I'll see you next month for your season. Bye for now. Hi Leo, Sun, Moon and Risings. Welcome to your May 2026 horoscope. So let's start off the month by talking about the themes that are going to be coming through for you. So with strong activations to the 9th, 10th, and the 11th house. The themes are going to be around travel, plus your belief systems, all right? So whether these are religious, political, spiritual, ideological, and also your vision for your future. So feeling more optimistic. Then with the activations to your 10th house, there may be pivots that are taking place as it relates to your career, your vocation, your public image, and what you're presenting out to the world. All right. And there may be opportunities for you to basically advance your career further. Now, we've also got activations to your, actually, hang on. So yeah, we've got 9th house, which is Aries, 10th house, which is Taurus, and the 11th house. Okay. So your wider network, there are opportunities for you to join new communities, form new communities, cultivate passive forms of income, and really put a lot of attention towards your long-term projects and plans for the future, Leo. Okay, so this month I'm doing something different. You can tell me if you like it. You can tell me if you don't like it. I'm breaking down the horoscopes into 4-week components. So the first week of May, we start off with a full moon in Scorpio in your 4th house. So I've put that up on the screen for you. The full moon will be at 11 degrees in your 4th house, and that means it's squaring you. So full moons in the 4th house can indicate that there are realizations or epiphanies that come or arise, I should say, as it relates to your property and living situation. So it can be like, my gosh, I think I want to sell the house, or I think I want to move, or I want to move in with this person, or I want to ask my flatmate to leave, right? Or if you have children or even grandchildren, it can be someone leaving the home, okay, flying the coop. They're off to university or living with friends, or, moving out with a partner. On a different note, this can just play out as very loaded, emotionally charged conversations with family members or with people that you live with. Now, the 4th house is also very much about our personal sense of security, plus our emotional inner world and our upbringing. So the full moon here in the 4th house can basically dredge things up from the past that need to be resolved. Full moons in the 4th house can be really emotional times. Okay, so if you're feeling emotional as the month starts or during the first week of the month, then you're right on time for the full moon in Scorpio and having that energy play out that way. The full moon does coincide with Mercury conjunct Chiron in Aries. Okay, so this is in your 9th house, and fortunately for you, it's trining you. Okay, so this indicates that you might be having a very impactful conversation in that first week of the month, Leo. So it could be that you're receiving coaching, you're receiving advice, you're just having a conversation that basically unlocks something for you and acts as a paradigm shift. All right, so there could very well be a real pivot as it relates to your belief systems. Again, these can be political, spiritual, religious, ideological. For some of you, you may run into a moral dilemma in those first few days of the month, or the first week of the month. So we've got Mercury entering Taurus on the 10th, and that means, Mercury entering your 10th house in Taurus on the 3rd. So it'll be here for only a couple of weeks, but this is a time where you are so much more, I want to say your words and anything that you communicate and express either verbally or online is super visible. Okay, so Mercury going through the 10th house can see there being opportunities for you to speak to your boss, to speak to upper management, to provide feedback, or what you're presenting maybe online or giving a public speech can like that content can reach a lot of people, or it can be very impactful. Even if it doesn't reach that many people, the people that it does reach can feel like very moved by that content that you've shared. Okay, so we've got Mars in Aries in the 9th house, squaring Jupiter in Cancer in your 12th house at 19 degrees. So the 9th house is like optimism, your vision for your future, your connection to, let's say, a higher power, source, God, the universe, or something else. Maybe you're an atheist and that's completely fine, right? But it's like whatever you believe in terms of how the universe operates, those overarching themes, like that is coming up for you. And the square to Jupiter in the 12th house is challenging those beliefs. Okay, so it could be a case of cognitive dissonance for you, right? It could be a matter of, I never believed in this thing before, but now I'm coming across incontrovertible evidence or proof that this thing does exist. Or it's like a falling away. I always believed in I don't know, God or whatever, and now I'm questioning that. Okay, so your belief systems are being thrown into question, but that can also be to do with politics, that can be to do with ethics and your own personal like code of ethics, your own moral compass, I mean to say. Okay, so that was the Mars square Jupiter aspect playing out between the 9th and the 12th house. On a different note, this can lead to there being like revelations, truths that are revealed, and essentially being pushed outside of your comfort zone. So maybe someone is asking you for advice. Hey, can you tell me about this thing? How'd you do it, man? Or can you give me business advice? Can you give me relationship advice? And there's a feeling here of like, maybe I don't feel like super qualified in this. Okay, so moving along, still in the first week, we've got Pluto stationing retrograde in Aquarius in your 7th house at 5 degrees. So the next 5 months or so, Pluto will be retrograde in your 7th house, which is a time where your one-to-one personal relationships can be transformed. So this can be your existing relationship where it's like, what are we doing? Are we long distance? Are we going to move in together? Are we going to get engaged? Or are we going to start a business together? So there can be some really important conversations that come up with your significant other. Now, I get some people who are like, oh, I've been engaged, married, had kids, had grandkids, like that doesn't apply to me. And that's okay. This can just be like, how do you relate to other people? How do you show up in your personal one-to-one conversations and connections? How do you negotiate? How do you compromise? Do you need to compromise, or have you compromised too much? So ultimately the next 5 months is like a moment. When I say moment, it's a long period of time. It's a period of time to take stock, take inventory of where you're at with your relationships. What have you promised? What have you agreed to? Who are you in contracts with? And do you want to continue that? Is it fair? Is it just, right? So the second week of the month, we've got the Sun in Taurus, sextile Jupiter in Cancer at 20 degrees. That's on the 11th. On the 13th, Mercury in Taurus will sextile Jupiter in Cancer, also at 20 degrees. And then on the 14th/15th, we've got the Sun conjunct Mercury in Taurus at 23 degrees. Okay, so this activity is activating your 7th house, because that's where Taurus is, plus your why did I say that? Sorry, your 7th house. I mean your 10th house, duh. And your 12th house. Okay, so this is where the golden opportunities are as it relates to your career, your public reputation, the legacy that you want to create or that you want to leave behind. Okay, so as I've said before, sextiles are like coupons that have an expiry. And so it's an opportunity, it's an invitation, it's a collaboration, it's an offer for advice, it's an offer for you to have access to someone else's resources, or for them to put in a good word for you to maybe advance your career or change careers, or to collaborate with someone else. I'm just giving you examples of what it can be and how it can play out. Maybe it's an opportunity for you to join a community or found a community or contribute somehow. Okay, so this interplay between the 10th house and the 12th house indicates that there's an element of charity coming through, of generosity, of miracles, of, oh my gosh, I can't believe I get to have this opportunity. I get to speak to this person. I get to meet this person, or I get to work on this project. Okay, so there can be an opportunity here for you to pursue a new creative venture or passion, or it's maybe like a life-changing reading, astrology, tarot, hypnosis, a therapy session. Incidentally, I do offer private one-to-one readings, so if you want to have an interaction like this, but me looking at your chart, or even the cards, I read tarot cards as well, you can book via kastrology.com, but I digress. With the Sun conjunct Mercury in your 10th house, this is a time where maybe you want to launch something new, have an important conversation with your boss, put something out there in terms of your website, a new product, a new service, or like a social media release. All right. So when we shift gears and look at the third week, we begin with a new moon in Taurus. All right. So again, we're talking Taurus, which I love as a Taurus myself. So on the 16th or the 17th, depending where you live in the world, there will be a new moon in Taurus at 25 degrees in your 10th house. The chart is up on the screen for you to take a look. It's conjunct Mercury. New moon, new beginning. Planting of the new seed. All right. So as I've said for a couple of the other signs, the day that you plant the seed is not the day that you harvest the fruit, but that doesn't mean you shouldn't plant it. All right. So there can be an intention or a seed that you are planting that affects your public persona, your reputation, your public image, your career, positions of leadership, the legacy that you want to create and subsequently leave behind. This can indicate that you are maybe going to step into the role, very important role, of becoming a parent, becoming a grandparent, right? And this particular new moon does coincide with Mars conjunct Chiron at 28 degrees Aries. So that is going to be trining you, okay, which is really positive, trining you from the 9th house. So there's definitely scope for shifting to a more positive or optimistic set of beliefs or way of viewing the world, okay? And this is all tying in together with the sextile to Venus in Gemini, which of course is in your 11th house. So maybe this is like a shifting of gears when it comes to your vision for your future, your belief of what's possible, what direction you want to head in terms of your high level responsibilities and your long-term plans and goals for the future. Okay, so moving along though, Leo, we have just a few hours later Mercury entering Gemini on the 17th, and then the next day Mercury conjuncting Uranus in Gemini in your 11th house at 1 degree. So this can bring through incredible ideas that are innovative, that are inventive, that support your long-term goals and plans for the future. Maybe this is to do with technology, AI, passive and residual forms of income, or how you can contribute on a larger level, on a larger scale with communities, with humanitarian causes, and so on and so forth. Okay, and if there's an opportunity for you to like enter a competition to win some money or to receive like positive acknowledgement, so for example like a writing competition, I would go for it. Okay, so we've got Mars and Venus changing signs on the 19th of May. Mars will enter Taurus, so it'll transit your 10th house, and Venus will enter Cancer, which means it's transiting your 12th house. So Mars transiting the 10th house is such a productive period for you when it comes to upskilling. I don't want to say upskilling, up leveling in your career, applying for promotions, putting yourself out there, refining your LinkedIn, refining your priorities. It may be a time where you are challenging authorities, challenging your boss, pushing back. Okay, just know that if you are going toe to toe with upper management, just one moment. Excuse me. If you're going toe to toe with upper management, a government authority, or like an authority figure, then Mars transiting your 10th house is supportive of that, but just be prepared to receive the same energy back. Okay, so in any case, if you're wanting to compete for a bid, for a contract, or when it comes to a promotion, then Mars going through the 10th house is really positive. Venus going through the 12th house can see you being more inclined to indulge in escapist tendencies. Okay, so just be mindful when it comes to self-medicating, recreational drug use, plus the tendency to see things from more of a victim mindset. Okay, so that can be the victim savior complex, regardless of which end of the spectrum you are on. In any case though, Venus transiting the 12th house is super positive for creative endeavors, music, photography, filmography, acting, and so on and so forth. So the 4th week of May sees the sun entering Gemini. So that's on the 21st of May, which incidentally is my birthday. And when the sun enters Gemini, that means that the focus shifts once more to your community, your wider network. Okay, how to expand that, how to pursue passive forms of income or residual forms of income. The sun going through the 11th house can see there being the initiation of new projects, new events that you're wanting to plan and work on. Incidentally, the sun and Uranus will form a conjunction the next day at 1 degree, so on the 22nd of May. All right, so there may be opportunities for you to start new communities, join new communities, get involved in social justice causes, and it's a very productive time. I love 11th house transits. Maybe that's because my son's in the 11th house, but I digress. On the 28th, Chiron will reach 29 degrees Aries. Okay, so for the last few days of the month, we'll have Chiron at 29 degrees Aries for the first time in probably about 50 years, but it is trining you. So this can indicate that there's a push or encouragement, an invitation for you to really look deeply at your belief systems, your beliefs of all kinds, whether these are religious, spiritual, political, world beliefs, your views on karma, your views on destiny and fate, and dharma. You know, these sorts of topics can be coming up for you in a really big way, especially between the 28th of May through till the 19th of June, which will be how long we've got. That will be the duration of Chiron at 29 degrees, which is the critical anaretic degree. So let's finish off, Leo, by looking at the full moon in Sagittarius. So this will be occurring at 9 degrees. And of course, this will be in your 5th house. So when we have a full moon in the 5th house, this can indicate that there is basically epiphanies or realizations as it relates to 5th house themes. And sometimes it can relate to cause for celebration or closure or closing out a chapter. All right, so some of you may be finishing off a creative project. Maybe a business is ready for launch, or it's like a new service or a new product with your business. Maybe you're looking at selling your business or closing it down altogether. This could indicate that you are taking your romantic relationship from one level to another level. So maybe you were casually dating and it's like, no, like let's be exclusive, or let's be more serious. Or maybe it's the opposite. Maybe you're like, hey, should we have an open relationship, right? On a different note, this could indicate getting pregnant. This could indicate a notable development as it relates to your child or your children, right? So it's like a developmental stage and a big shift that's happening there. Or maybe they're getting into a relationship, coming out of a relationship, maybe they're getting pregnant. I just want to note though that this full moon in Sagittarius is activating the fixed star axis of Aldebaran and Antares in terms of these two stars that sit opposite one another. So what that means is conflicts, disagreements, and arguments that arise around this time can really blow up out of proportion. And just know that, you'll get as good as you give, as I've said for the previous sign. So if you're starting an argument with your significant other or with your child, then, that can really blow up like crazy. Of course, maybe they're starting something with you, and so you're just like, whoa, I'm getting fired up here. In any case though, the full moon is trining Saturn and Neptune, which is super positive. It's trining your sign. So I see this as some kind of positive development when it comes to self-confidence and creative projects and pursuits. Okay, Leo, that's all I have for you for your May horoscope. If you enjoyed this reading, please give it a thumbs up. And if you want to see more content on the channel, of course, please hit the subscribe button. You can follow me on Instagram and Facebook if you want to see more content between now and the next video. And that's all. Let's move on to Virgo. See you later. Hi Virgo, Sun, Moon and Risings. Welcome to your May 2026 horoscope. So I'm doing something a little bit different this month. I'm starting off with the themes at the very beginning, and then I'll be breaking down the horoscope into 4-week slots. Okay, so the themes for Virgo. First and foremost, there is a focus for you on your mutual resources. Reason being that there's a strong activation to your 8th house. So this is like the money that I share with other people, our investments, significant others' money, money that you earn through, let's say, stockists or other people, which I think I just mentioned. Plus, this is also about your resources and your finances. How much do I contribute to other people? How much pocket money do I give my children? How much money do I put towards rent or the mortgage, right? On a different note, the 8th house is also about intimacy, insecurities, fears, and the occult. So these things can be coming up in a big way for you this month. Now, there is also a focus for you on 9th house themes, and that's because we do have strong activations to Taurus. So what can be coming up could be travel, your belief systems, potentially legal matters, really considering your personal code of ethics and moral compass, and ultimately shifting more towards an optimistic viewpoint. All right, so lastly, and this is the biggest one for Geminis, I would say, is the 10th house activation, because we've got Uranus in Gemini, and then we'll have Mercury and the Sun entering Gemini, and a few conjunctions here. So that'll be right at the top of your chart, the 10th house, which means it is squaring you as a Virgo and me as a Virgo moon. And that means that the themes that are coming through are public reputation, legacy, career, promotions, self-promoting. But for some of you, this could be like your high-level responsibilities as a parent, as a grandparent, as a leader, as a role model, all right? And even shifts to things like your relationship status or your government status. Okay, Virgo, so let's dive straight into the first week of the month. So we're going to begin by looking at the full moon in Scorpio. I've just put it up on the chart there. The full moon in Scorpio will take place on the 1st or the 2nd of the month, depending where you live in the world, at 11 degrees in your 3rd house. Now, as you can see, if you are looking at the screen, Mercury is going to be conjuncting Chiron at the same time. So it's coinciding with that full moon. Mercury is the planet that rules you. So that means that this full moon is bringing up some loaded conversations for Virgos, because the full moon is in the 3rd house, which is already associated with communications. So it could be a case of having a difficult conversation or a heavy hitting conversation, but it can bring through clarity, right? Maybe the end of a contract, an agreement, or a collaboration, or maybe it's bringing through an opportunity and it's like, you know, you're presenting with another person around this time, or you're formally getting this contract going, like off the ground. On a different note, maybe you are upskilling around this time, so receiving a qualification, like a diploma, a certification, and so on and so forth. It can bring through revelations about siblings, extended relatives, co-workers, clients, or maybe friends. And just to address that Mercury-Chiron conjunction, this is at 27 degrees, which is the Gemini degree. It's in your 8th house. And so first things first, it is indicative of having a potentially painful conversation, right? But there is like the antidote is in that conversation, okay? Because Chiron is wanting to heal. It's wanting to improve things, okay? So it may be uncomfortable at the time, but there's definitely scope to get to the root cause of some level of disharmony within a relationship, okay? So that can be with a significant other, with a friend, with a sibling. If it doesn't involve another person, then I would interpret this as coming across literature or just having your own epiphany around how you communicate, how you express yourself. So it's like thinking really deeply, or maybe even journaling about matters that are close to the heart, and having what I would say is a massive breakthrough. All right, Virgo. So Mercury will enter the sign of Taurus on the 3rd of May. So again, Mercury is your chart ruler. When it changes signs, please pay attention, because this indicates where you will then be placing your focus and your attention. So Mercury transiting the 9th house is going to draw your attention to 9th house themes: travel, import and export, publishing, legal matters, coaching, receiving guidance or advice. The 9th house also reflects our belief systems in the way of religious beliefs, spiritual, political, ideological. And so there is definitely going to be a focus for you over the next couple of weeks on these, some or more of these themes. All right, so on the 5th, Mars in Aries in your 8th house is going to square Jupiter in Cancer in your 11th house at 19 degrees. Jupiter is exalted in Cancer. Mars rules over Aries. These two planets are so strong in these signs. And as I was saying to one of the other signs, I think it was Aries, I see this as such a momentous opportunity for growth, transformation, and being pushed right outside your comfort zone, but with the results being super positive, especially because Jupiter is sextiling you, all right? But the 8th and the 11th house indicates an interplay between mutual resources, being honest, being more vulnerable about fears and insecurities, or simply more forthcoming about things that you maybe wanted to keep hidden. And also, this can indicate that there is an opportunity for you to really increase your investment portfolio, because the 8th house and the 11th house are money houses in astrology. So maybe this is someone who is investing in you, or you're collaborating with them, so making money with other people, or through your connections somehow. On a different note, the challenges that are arising here would be basically unexpected pivots in your long-term goals and plans for the future, as indicated by Jupiter in the 11th house, where it's just like, oh my gosh, this was the plan, this was the project, this was the timeline, and now that's kind of been thrown out of the window. And Mars in the 8th house is like, you need to act, and you need to act real quick. All right, so on the 6th or the 7th, depending where you live in the world, Pluto will station retrograde in Aquarius in your 6th house at 5 degrees. So the next 5 months, you may have to work at overcoming certain habits, overcoming a conflict, integrating a healthier, more positive daily or weekly habit and routine. All right, so I'm going to park that there and shift to the second week of the month. So we will have the Sun in Taurus in your 9th house, sextiling Jupiter in Cancer, and that will be in your 11th house at 20 degrees. Okay, so for this second week, I really love the astrology because it's just so positive. Couple days later, we've got Mercury in Taurus, sextile Jupiter in Cancer at the same degree. Then on the 14th or 15th, we've got the Sun and Mercury conjunct in Taurus at 23 degrees. So the 9th house and the 11th house indicate that the second week of the month, there's such an enormous focus for you on what do you believe is possible for your future, paradigm shifts, basically elevating your mindset and how you frame things in terms of what is possible for you, what are you capable of, what does your future hold, what are your long-term goals and projects and plans for the future. Not to mention sextiles, as I've said before, for the other signs, are basically like coupons with an expiry date, or vouchers with an expiry date that need to be redeemed. Okay, so the 9th house and the 11th house, like, this is so positive. This indicates that you'll have the opportunity to rub shoulders with people who have more knowledge or expertise in an area or of focus for you that is important to you. Maybe people can offer you guidance, advice, maybe for free, or it's like a chance encounter. There could be opportunities here for you to network and expand that network further, maybe to attend some kind of community event or be involved in the planning of an important project. I really think that you are going to be refashioning or just like doing a massive pivot for the better as it relates to where are you headed, what are your goals, what is your future shaping up to be, and how can you have a really active role in contributing to that. All right, so then when we get to the third week of the month, we have the new moon in Taurus in your 9th house. So this is on the 16th or the 17th, depending where you live in the world. And I've just put it up on the screen there. It is at 25 degrees and it's conjunct Mercury, which is your chart ruler, at 28 degrees. So first and foremost, the Virgos who would be the most impacted would be those around 25 degrees plus or minus 5 degrees. So about 20 through till 29. In any case, a new moon represents the opportunity for you to plant new seeds, to set intentions, and it's really like a new chapter or a new beginning that is coming through for you. Okay, so the new moon in the ninth house can indicate that you are wanting to maybe apply for a visa or for citizenship in another country, learn a new language, explore another culture, get a book published. Maybe this is to do with import and export, so a new product that you're wanting to import, or maybe something you're wanting to sell and wanting to export. This can indicate that you're maybe starting to work with a coach, starting to work with a mentor, enrolling in an education program. The ninth house, which I should have mentioned before, is very much associated with education and higher learning. So there may be an opportunity here for you to learn something new, or step into the role of teacher, or be put in touch with a very important teacher in your life. Okay, so of course, as you can see, Mars is also conjunct Chiron, right? So the Mars-Chiron conjunction is exact to the minute. It coincides with this new moon. Fortunately, it's sextile Venus, but it is also squaring Jupiter in Cancer. Ultimately, this is occurring in your 8th house, all right? So there's some painful wounding that is coming up as it relates to family, ancestry, lineage, your roots, heritage, upbringing, maybe a relationship with your parents. It doesn't have to be all of the above. I'm just throwing some things out there so you can just see what resonates. Or maybe this is about your property and your living situation, right? So wanting to move, not being happy where you are currently living, needing to move. Or this could be to do with your home country as well, like your roots, your origin. But the sextile to Venus is like, hey, there's an opportunity for you to contribute. There's scope for you to improve your situation. There is potential for you to either contribute in a positive capacity, or this is going to lead to a silver lining that has not yet revealed itself. Okay, so just shifting gears, Virgo, but we are still talking about the 3rd week of the month. Mercury, which is your chart ruler, will enter the sign of Gemini on the 17th. Okay, so it will be transiting your 10th house. And then the next day on the 18th, Mercury will form a conjunction with Uranus at 1 degree. All right, so there's an enormous focus on your public reputation, on your legacy that you're creating, that you're wanting to leave behind. This is also relating to your career, your vocation, your high-level responsibilities. And so there can be opportunities here for you to pivot, or for you to introduce something new to these high-level responsibilities, to your career. Maybe this is about getting a promotion, or sticking your hand up for a new opportunity. Uranus here does indicate an element of, on one level, like an intuitive download, a massive brainwave and a breakthrough. But the conjunction to Uranus is it can be very destabilizing, because it's just like, oh my God, now I need to pivot my whole life. Now I need to change these things, right? So on one hand, it can be positive in that you're exploring something new, you have new opportunities. But for others of you, it may be like an unwelcome shift or change with career, or it's just that it was premature and now you're having to basically enact a plan or take the next step of a plan that you thought was months down the track. All right, so this can also play out on the level of finding out that you're going to become a parent or a grandparent, or you have like responsibilities that you feel like you weren't prepared for, or you didn't sign up for. So on the 19th, we will see Mars enter the sign of Taurus, plus Venus is going to enter the sign of Cancer. Okay, so Mars will transit your 9th house, Venus will transit your 11th house. Mars transiting the 9th house is just like, all right, how do I eliminate belief systems that aren't helpful or beneficial for me? This can indicate that you're challenging other people's belief systems. Why are you supporting this ideology or this political party? Or you may feel like you're being challenged about your beliefs, All right. Sometimes Mars through the ninth house can present as an ethical dilemma. On a different note though, Mars through the ninth house can see you being very proactive when it comes to legal matters, government matters, anything that requires like going through the court system or legal action. Don't get me wrong, we do see the law and legal matters showing up in the 7th house, the 6th house, and even the 10th house. But, you know, the 9th house is one of those primary significators. Okay, so Mars through the 9th house can indicate that you are wanting to be really gung-ho about pursuing your vision for your future, okay, or being very proactive when it comes to reaching out to someone like a mentor, a teacher, applying to learn something new. Mars through the ninth house could be butting heads with your father, or maybe advocating on his behalf, just as another way that can play out. Venus, on the other hand, going through the 11th house is like, let me network, I'm more social, there are more opportunities to meet new people, to make new friends. Maybe this can see you actually coming into money, which is like a lump sum of money, a payoff, a payout, or the approval of a grant, whether that's on a personal level, like a scholarship, or being approved for receiving like disability funding, or like a pension or superannuation. Venus through the 11th house really can be a lump sum of money, especially because Jupiter in Cancer is here as well. On a different note though, Venus going through the 11th house can actually see you receiving positive awards, rewards, accolades, and public recognition for something that you've created. So body of work, a creative project, or maybe just something else. You know, it doesn't have to be work related. But transitioning to the 4th week of the month, okay, on the 21st of May, my birthday, the sun is going to enter the sign of Gemini. All right, so now we've got Mercury here, we've got Uranus here, and guess what? The next day, the sun will conjunct Uranus in Gemini in your 10th house to the exact same degree in minute that we saw with Mercury. Okay, so sun conjunct Uranus in the 10th house at 1 degree can indicate an unexpected conversation with management, government, your boss, HR. Maybe your boss is like, hey, like I'm resigning, or maybe they get let go, they move on, and you have to fill in those shoes. Okay, on a different note, sun conjunct Uranus in Gemini could be like a restructuring of the company, a restructuring of the business. And, you know, even if it's not that, it can just be like a quote unquote shock announcement from either your boss or upper management about the future of the business. If you work for yourself, you know, different story. This can be like a creative download that comes through, wanting to pursue something new, a new contract, an opportunity to collaborate, something that comes through very quickly and very unexpectedly. Okay, so I like to think of it as a brainwave conjunction, but anyway. So on the 28th, Chiron will reach 29 degrees of Aries in your 8th house, and it will be at 29 degrees until the 19th of June. All right, so 29 degrees being the critical anaretic degree in astrology indicates that there's something to be resolved. It's like a pain point, a pressure point, but there's medicine in the wound, okay? There's an opportunity to heal. There's an opportunity for conflict resolution. There's an opportunity to find the answer, okay? So in the 9th house, this can play out on the level of mutual resources, okay, child custody, child support, alimony, inheritances, and whatever. But it can also be like vulnerability, intimacy, your sex life, okay, your sexuality, even if there's no sexual partner in the picture, something to do with fertility. Plus the 9th house is addictions and insecurities. It's psychology, it's the occult, it's going deeper. Okay, and it's everything private, everything hidden. 12th house is also a hidden house, but you know, Chiron here can reveal things to you and you're like, oh my God, I didn't know that. Like my world is shook. right? So on a different note, you may be called to reveal shocking information to other people, and you're like, I had this secret, I had this thing, I didn't want to divulge it, and now I need to share it, and now people know my private business. Okay, so I'm a Virgo moon too. This is not to be this is not something to be feared. It's just something to be mindful of, that it's like, whatever wounding and triggers exist, you will be forced to look at it. Okay, you can do it willingly, journal, see a therapist, meditate or whatever, or it'll be dragged out of you. So it's your choice. All right. So again, that's from the 28th of May through till the 19th of June. On the 31st, we will have a full moon in Sagittarius. So I'm going to put that up on the screen. That will be at 9 degrees in your 4th house. All right. So basically what we're seeing here is the moon in Sagittarius, which is also opposite Uranus, not just the sun. And that means it's in your 4th house, but it is squaring you. So the Virgos who will be impacted the most would be those at about 9 degrees plus or minus 5 degrees. As I've said for the other signs, 9 degrees in Sagittarius and Gemini activates the fixed star axis of Antares and Aldebaran. Okay, so these stars are like enemies of each other. You don't want to mess with them. All right, so be careful what you are starting around the 31st of May, plus or minus a few days. So this can be like a disagreement or an argument with family, because it's in the 4th house, with flatmates, with a landlord, with tenants. Be careful what you put out there, because whatever you dish out, you're going to get back, and then some. On a different note, the full moon in the 9th house can see you playing mediator in a family situation, or something being resolved, something being healed. Why do I say that? It's because the moon is also trining Neptune and Saturn. Okay, so there may be some home truths that are revealed about your family, about your ancestry, about your lineage. On a different note, there may be cause for you to relocate, to buy, to sell, to have someone come and move in with you, or to have someone move out. Or perhaps there is just a poignant moment of reflection when it comes to family, your values, your property and your living situation, plus your childhood upbringing. Okay, Virgo, that's all I have for you for your May horoscope. If you enjoyed this reading, please give it a thumbs up. Feel free to subscribe to the channel if you want to see more content from me. I'm available for private one-to-one readings, whether that's astrology or tarot, so you can book via kastrology.com. And lastly, if you want to see more content, you can find me on Instagram and Facebook. Okay, so before I move to Libra, I'm going to take a short break for approximately 10 minutes. So I'll see you guys soon. Hi Libra, Sun, Moon and Risings. Welcome to your May 2026 horoscope. So this month I'm doing things a bit different. I'm looking at the themes for the month to begin with. Then I'll be going through the 4 weeks of the month. Okay, so the themes for you Libra are very much around your one-to-one personal relationships. Okay, and the reason being that we do still have a strong activation. Hang on a second, sorry. Just trying to set my stopwatch. A strong activation to the 7th house. We've got Mars here. We've got a couple of Sun, Moon and Risings. Welcome to your May 2026 horoscope. Oh my God. I wish this wasn't live. Okay. 7th house, one-to-one personal relationships, right? So we've got Mars transiting the 7th house. We've got a Mercury Chiron conjunction, a Mars Chiron conjunction, and ultimately this is about your equal give and take or lack thereof in relationships of all kinds. So there's also going to be a focus on contracts, negotiations, agreements and promises that you make to other people. So that's one major theme for you this month. Another major theme is going to be your mutual resources, all right? So whether that is joint bank accounts, joint investments, plus this also covers things like child support money, alimony, inheritances, taxes, insurance money, and also business ventures that you share with other people. Okay, so the third theme for you is going to be around exploration, all right, of other cultures, languages, travel, or maybe this will be in terms of intellect, study, research, and basically education opportunities, all right? So the reason I say this is because the 7th, the 8th, and the 9th house are all really rather activated for you this month. All right, so excuse the bumpy start to your forecast, Libra, but now let's get down to business and look at the first week of the month for you. So we're starting off with a full moon in Scorpio at 11 degrees, and this will be on the 1st or the 2nd of May, depending where you live in the world, in your 2nd house. Okay, so full moons are a time for revelation, clarity, seeing things more clearly, getting closure. Sometimes it can be the end of a chapter, the end of a cycle, or a situation reaching its peak. With the full moon occurring in your 2nd house, there may be a shift in terms of your financial situation. Okay, so you could get a payout of money, or there could be a stream of income which is drawing to a close. Maybe you are receiving a valuable or a possession or giving something away. Maybe you're inheriting something, given that Scorpio is here. On a different note, the 2nd house is very much related to our self-worth and our self-esteem. So sometimes a full moon in the 2nd house can play out as realizing where we have been selling ourselves short. So there can be a shift for you on an internal level, which in turn affects your personal set of values. On a different note, the full moon in the 2nd house could indicate that there may be cause for you to see a dentist. Maybe you've already got something booked in, but it's just a note here, given that the full moon is in the sign of Scorpio, so there can be a little bit of like an unexpected element that comes through, right? A bit of drama. And I'm not just saying with teeth, it could be like, oh, I suddenly have this expense, I suddenly have this bill, or there's like a really lucrative opportunity and I want to invest in this, but now I have to shuffle my finances around. Okay, so the full moon is coinciding with a Mercury Chiron conjunction in Aries, which you can see here. So that's taking place at 27 degrees in your 7th house. So this can play out as uncomfortable conversations that simply need to be had. So this can be with a client, a coworker, a business partner, your significant other, maybe even an ex, or even a close friend. All right, so ultimately it's in your 7th house, and the 7th house rules over one-to-one conversations plus contracts and relationships of all kinds. In saying all of this, Chiron is not just the wounded healer. You know, Chiron was a very gifted mentor, herbalist, and so there could be a very healing conversation which takes place. Or maybe you are in a relationship with someone or a connection with someone, and they say something which is like momentarily triggering, but there's actually a lot of truth in that. Okay, so moving along, Libra, we're still talking about the first week of the month, but on the 3rd, we're going to have Mercury in Taurus enter the sign of Taurus, which means Mercury will be transiting your 8th house. And it'll only be for 2 weeks. This is a very short transit for Mercury. In any case, that means that your attention and your energy and your focus, or at least what you'll be thinking about, will be shifting to the 8th house. Okay, so having Mercury here in the 8th house can indicate that you're having to think about your finances, your resources, especially in terms of how they impact other people. All right, so maybe this is with your significant other, maybe this is like the subscriptions that you pay, and you're needing to really think long and hard about how you are spending your money, and also how much of your resources, whether that's money, time, energy, effort, you are expending in other relationships. Mercury going through the 8th house can be a time where we have secrets being revealed. So you could be finding out things about other people during this 2-week period, or having conversations that are simply really deep and really thought-provoking. And maybe you're going to see like an astrologer or a psychic, or someone who works in the occult. I do offer private one-to-one readings, by the way, in astrology and tarot. So if you're interested, you can book via kastrology.com. That's neither here nor there. On the 5th, we will have Mars in Aries in your 7th house, squaring Jupiter in Cancer in your 10th house at 19 degrees. So just note, Libra, that for the first 2.5 weeks of the month, Mars will still be transiting your 7th house, which can kind of agitate certain relationships where it's like, oh, I'm finding this person so annoying. Maybe that's like a business partner, your friend, or even your significant other, and they're just really getting on your nerves. So if you've noticed that there's been more discord and disharmony in certain one-to-one connections than you would otherwise see, this will start to taper out after about the 19th of May, once Mars changes signs. But still looking at the first week of the month, right? Mars in the 7th, square Jupiter in the 10th, can indicate that you are being pushed outside of your comfort zone. And this can relate to your relationship status. This can relate to your career status, or contracts, or client engagement, right? Where it's just like, hey, do you want to be exclusive? Do you want to, do long distance? Do you want to take things to the next level? What are we? So there can be conversations where you feel pushed to either define what you are, change what you are, or actually put in some boundaries with certain people. It doesn't have to be romantic, but it would be remiss of me not to mention it. Now, there can be an opportunity here for you to do some client work, agree to freelance opportunities, contract work, or maybe it's just like a project that your boss is running past you. And again, this is something where it's like a stretch goal for you. Maybe you haven't done it before, you don't have the expertise. Maybe you want to apply for a job or a contract or a promotion, and you're like, I'm a little bit light on the real world expertise, but I'm just going to throw my hat in the ring. Okay, so on the 6th or the 7th, depending where you live in the world, Pluto is going to station retrograde in Aquarius in your 5th house at 5 degrees. Okay, so the 5th house is all about fun, creativity, love, romance. And in terms of creativity, that can be like creating a child, creating a business, a creative project, hobby, passion, etc. So Pluto retrograde here can see you basically having a shift when it relates to these themes and topics, especially over the next 5 months, where it's like, do I want to start my own business? Do I want to continue this business that I've started? Or maybe it's maybe it's getting to the meat and potatoes of launching a new business, or a creative project that you are working on. If you have children, then the Pluto retrograde here could indicate that your child is maybe going through a developmental pause, or it could seem as though they're taking a step backwards, but in actuality, it's just integrating whatever their current level of knowledge is. Okay, so this can also see you reconsidering what you're doing romantically speaking. Do I want to be with this person or not? Do I take a break from this person? Do I want to pause being in the dating world, or do I want to re-emerge and put myself back out there once more? Okay, so when it comes to the second week of the month, astrologically speaking, what we've got going on is the Sun in Taurus, sextile Jupiter in Cancer at 20 degrees on the 11th. A couple days later, Mercury in Taurus will sextile Jupiter in Cancer at the same degree. Okay, so for you, this is activating your 8th house plus your 10th house. So there may be opportunities to advance your career further, to take on more responsibilities, or to potentially receive assistance with some of your high-level responsibilities, where it's like an opportunity for you to lighten the load. Now, we will have a Sun-Mercury conjunction at 23 degrees in your 8th house. So there may be certain information that comes to light around this point in time. And, you know, we've also got the new moon happening just a day or two later. So pretty much from around the 14th to the 17th of May, there's potential for you to discover hidden information. All right, so now let's formally look at the second week of the month, but I want to pull up the chart for you. So on the 16th or the 17th, we will have this new moon in Taurus take place, and as you can see, Mercury is here at 28 degrees as well. So a new moon is like a new chapter. It's a new beginning that is starting, and you can plant seeds of your intentions, right? So you can write out your intentions. I personally do this, but I wait about 12 hours after the new moon has passed. In any case, this can be like going into business with another person, having access to someone else's resources, doing your taxes, drawing up a will, applying for insurance, changing your insurance policy. This can be a look in at formally paying or receiving child support money, alimony money, or putting an agreement in place for child support with your former partner, okay, or making changes to whatever is already in place. So the new moon in the 8th house can indicate that you may start therapy sessions, and this can be formally, like with a psychologist or someone who's qualified, or maybe a psychiatrist, or this can be with like a counselor, community, social worker, or, you know, seeing an astrologer, seeing someone who works in the alternative healing space. Maybe you're looking at spinal energetics or Reiki or what have you. On a different note, you may be going further or deeper within your own astrological studies or your own occult studies. And for others of you, this may be a signal for you wanting to look at your fertility or wanting to start a family, okay? Because the 8th house is very much connected to fertility and pregnancy. So that is all I wanted to say for now on the new moon, Libra. So not too long after that, just a few hours later, Mercury will enter the sign of Gemini, which means it will be transiting your 9th house. And the day after, on the 18th, Mercury will conjunct Uranus in Gemini, okay, at 1 degree, again in your 9th house. So Mercury is trining you, Uranus is trining you, and this can lead to breakthroughs when it comes to a mindset shift, feeling more optimistic, feeling more positive, learning something new, an opportunity to enroll in a new course or to step into the position or the role of teacher. Maybe this is an opportunity for you to meet someone who's something of like a role model for you, someone you really admire. Or perhaps you're looking at import and export for your business or some kind of trade, or perhaps you are ready to engage the services of a publisher or a publishing house. Okay, the ninth house also, of course, is very much related to travel. So this could indicate that you are wanting to purchase tickets to travel. Maybe you're looking at applying for a visa, or some of you could be looking at pursuing legal proceedings. Okay, because these are all the jurisdiction of the ninth house. So on the 19th, Mars will enter Taurus, which means it'll be transiting your 8th house for several weeks, plus Venus, which is your chart ruler, will enter the sign of Cancer. Okay, so this is going to really, really alleviate the pressure, the enormous pressure that has been on your personal relationships, whether that's with a significant other, a spouse, a business partner, clients, your one-to-one relationships with co-workers or even friends. Don't get me wrong, Saturn and Neptune are still here. There's still pressure in that department, but Mars is no longer antagonizing your 7th house and inflaming those triggers that come up in those connections. Okay, so with Mars transiting the 8th house again, there's this focus on your mutual resources, joint investments, joint bank accounts. Maybe there's going to be a financial situation or resources that you are going to help another person with. On a different note, Mars in the 8th house is like, let me get to the bottom of these of certain addictions, of certain insecurities. So Mars performs really well in the 8th house and can help you to overcome and tackle things that have been holding you back, especially as it relates to being vulnerable with people, intimacy, and even your sexuality as well. With Venus being your chart ruler, now transiting your 10th house, there's this attention and focus that is being placed on the top of your chart, meaning that you're thinking about your public reputation, your vocation, your public image, how you're coming across. And Venus transiting the 10th house is a time where you're super, super visible, okay? Your chart ruler in the 10th house is like, whatever you put online, whatever you say to people, whatever you say to your boss or your co-workers, like, be mindful that this can come back to bite you in some instances, but in other instances, it's like, oh, like this was just an informal conversation that I had with a client, and now I'm getting like, a recommendation on LinkedIn or a positive Google review, so it can be a time where you are viewed favorably, especially because Jupiter is in Cancer here as well. All right, so and the Venus-Jupiter conjunction won't take place till next month, so make sure you're subscribed to the channel if you want to see next month's video. Nevertheless, let's look at the 4th week of the month. On the 21st of May, my birthday, the sun will enter Gemini. All right, so this is good for you. You now have Mercury, Uranus, and the sun all in your 9th house, all trining you. All right, so this is bringing through more positivity, more optimism, opportunities to travel, to learn new things, to explore new cultures. Maybe you're looking at learning other languages or going deeper with the other languages that you're currently studying. And so, the next day, Sun will conjunct Uranus in Gemini in your 9th house at 1 degree. So this can be like a brainwave or an idea that comes through about import and export, publishing, education, being a teacher, enrolling in something new, or travel, or wanting to apply for like dual citizenship, just as an example. Okay, so there may be, if you're currently involved in legal proceedings, yes, there may be something that crops up around this time and you're like, whoa, I wasn't expecting that. Or there could be some sort of out of left field situation that arises that is of a legal nature. Nevertheless, moving along, on the 28th, Chiron will reach 29 degrees, which is the critical anaretic degree in astrology. So Chiron at 29 degrees until the 19th of June can indicate that there is wounding that's coming up for you, right? So this can be with past relationships, your current relationship, how you feel about, long-term relationships, whether that is just being in a committed partnership, like a de facto relationship or marriage. On a different note and unrelated to, let's say, committed relationships, this can be some sort of wounding that's coming up around feeling like things are unequal, things are unfair. Why is this happening to me? Why do I have to put in so much effort into this connection? Or perhaps, your significant other could be going through a tricky time for the next sort of, 3.5, 4 weeks. So again, this is the 28th through till the 19th. But just remember, Chiron is a healer, a spiritual advisor. I have Chiron conjunct Mars and Venus, and it's in my first house, and it's with the South Node. Like, my Chiron is all over everything, right? So Chiron is not to be feared. Chiron brings through much needed spiritual knowledge. It brings through answers. It brings through emotional intelligence. It can bring through these things, right? Emotional maturation. So that's what's happening. So you may get to a point where you're like, I think I'm outgrowing this person. I think I'm outgrowing this connection or this business partnership, or this service that I offer people, or this arrangement, this contract. I don't want to keep delivering in this anymore. So those sorts of things could be coming up for you, which could be extremely liberating, right? So let's just finish off Libra with the second full moon of the month. Okay, we only have this happen like once a year. So we start the month with a full month. We start the month with a full moon, and we end the month with a full moon in Sagittarius at 9 degrees, which of course for you is in your third house. So the full moon in the third house can indicate that you are maybe completing a qualification, getting a certification or a diploma. Some sort of contract can be drawing to a close, whether that's in business with a client, or with like an employment contract, or like with a lease. Okay, so it could be property potentially. Full moons in the ninth house can indicate, the third house can indicate that you're having a revelatory conversation. Now, I've said this for all the other signs, and I'll say it for you as well. 9 degrees Gemini and Sagittarius activates the fixed star axis for Aldebaran and Antares. Okay, so these fixed stars are sort of like stars of war, the enemy stars, if I could say that much, because they sit exactly opposite each other. So what that means is, if you get embroiled in a conflict or a disagreement, or you post something like on a Google review, or you submit a complaint or whatever online, just be prepared for the response to meet you in equal force, if not more. Okay, so because this is in the third house, just be mindful of what you're saying to co-workers, to siblings, to extended relatives like cousins, aunties, uncles, and to friends, because it can have a very inflammatory nature to it in terms of like the reaction, even if you didn't mean it that way. In any case though, the full moon is the moon is trining Neptune, it's trining Saturn. So to me, this represents that there is a peaceful way for a difficult situation to be resolved, and just do it the Libra way, right? Diplomacy, tact, and whatnot. Okay, Libra, so that's all I have for you for this month. If you enjoyed this reading, please give it a thumbs up and hit the subscribe button if you haven't already. You can also follow me on Instagram and Facebook if you're wanting to see more regular updates on what's happening astrologically speaking. Enjoy your month ahead, Libra, and now let's look at Scorpio's horoscope. Hi Scorpio, Sun, Moon and Risings. Welcome to your May 2026 horoscope. So the themes for you this month will be around personal development, letting go of what is no longer in alignment. Plus there'll be a focus on your daily habits, your routines, and your one-to-one personal relationships. So we start off the month. I'm looking at the very first week of the month. We're going to do week by week for something different. So first things first, you are super activated straight out of the gate with the full moon in Scorpio in your first house at 11 degrees. Okay, so when we have a full moon in our sign, it can indicate that we are experiencing really profound epiphanies where it's like, I don't think I want to be walking this path anymore. And that can be with a job, that can be with a relationship, that can be with a goal. So it can be a time for releasing what no longer serves you, right? It can also be a time for achieving goals. I set this goal for myself and I made it, right? Whether that's like landing a job, keeping to a routine, or maybe like a weight loss goal. It doesn't have to be of a physical description, but it's a time for reflection and in some instances celebration. Okay, but it can also bring through uncomfortable truths where in a moment of profound, I guess, clarity, we realize that we need to change, and that can sometimes be destabilizing. But hey, you guys are Scorpio, so transformation and change is the name of the game for you. Just note that this full moon is trining Jupiter in Cancer, which is very beneficial for you because Jupiter's in your 9th house. So it's like allowing you to see the glass half full and to feel very optimistic about your future. Okay, Scorpio. So also in the first week of the month, we are going to see, I wanted to mention that Mercury will also conjunct Chiron at the same time at 27 degrees. So that's in your 6th house, which is Aries. So that can see you realizing that you need to change your habits, you need to change your routines, how you're running your day-to-day life it needs to be refined. There needs to be changes that occur. And maybe that also relates to life admin, work, how you show up and how you are of service to other people. Okay, so on the 3rd, Mercury will enter the sign of Taurus. So Mercury will transit your 7th house only for a couple of weeks. And when Mercury transits the 7th house, we can have just a lot of people that we need to communicate with and get back to, whether that is friends, clients, co-workers. This can be having a lot of paperwork to get through, all right, important contracts that need to be signed. And if you're in a relationship, then it can be a time where you're having a lot of discussions with your significant other, whether that's about your relationship, parenting style, what's the next goal, what's the next step, and so on and so forth. Mars, which is your chart ruler, in Aries in your 6th house is going to square Jupiter in Cancer in your 9th house at 19 degrees. All right, so this is on the 5th of May. We're still looking at the first week of the month. So this energy is with you for the first week of the month, right? Where it's like needing to really adjust your habits and your routines in order to align to your belief systems, okay? Because Jupiter's in the 9th house, which is like, what do you believe in? What are your religious beliefs, spiritual, political, ideological, and so on and so forth. And so Mars in the 6th house is like, okay, you say that you want to treat people as they'd like to be treated, but what are you doing in your day-to-day? So there can be a moment where you're taking a long, hard look at yourself and answering certain questions about whether if you continue doing what you're doing today, will you get to where you want to go? Okay, so it's a it's an aspect which is usually, I guess, classed as difficult and challenging. But I see this particular one as challenging as it relates to taking on a personal challenge. It's like self-motivated or self-generated change and growth and transformation. Okay, so on the 6th or the 7th, depending where you live in the world, Pluto, which is another one of your chart ruling planets, will station retrograde in Aquarius in your 4th house at 5 degrees. Okay, so the way I see it, or as I practice it, Mars is the traditional ruler, Pluto is the modern ruler, and so I give more attention to Mars being your chart ruler. Nevertheless, I do think you'll feel it, right? So Pluto retrograde in the 4th house over the next few months is just like asking you, or I guess it's going to guide you through revisiting stuff from childhood, emotional fears and insecurities. Family matters will be coming up in a big way for you over the next few months. So it can be to do with your immediate family, all right? It may relate to mutual resources, the money that's shared between family members, property, inheritances, and that kind of thing. So Pluto retrograde in the 4th house can be a time where we are discovering things about family, or seeing our childhood differently in a way that it's quite like eye-opening, right? So when it comes to the 2nd week of the month, we have Sun in Taurus in your 7th house, sextiling Jupiter in Cancer in your 9th house. Okay, and we'll also have Mercury in Taurus, sextile Jupiter in Cancer, both at 20 degrees, plus Sun conjunct Mercury at 23 degrees of Taurus. So this indicates an interplay between your 7th house and your 9th house. So it's like opportunities abounds when it comes to people offering to help you, people offering their guidance, their assistance, their support, whether this is with travel or mentorship, learning something new, maybe something to do with navigating language barriers, cultural barriers, or it could be to do with legal matters, the court system, plus people and having conversations with people that helps you to unlock new levels of faith and optimism in a totally different vision for your future, plus just seeing things differently, right? So when it comes to the 3rd week of the month, we start off with the new moon in Taurus at 25 degrees. So I'm going to pull that up on the screen for you again. So 25 degrees in your 7th house, conjunct Mercury at 28 degrees. The Scorpios who will be the most impacted will be those at 25 degrees. But even, 20 through to 29 degrees, Scorpio, you'll definitely be feeling it. Ultimately, a new moon is representative of a new beginning taking place or a new chapter taking place. So this relates to your contracts, your agreements, your arrangements, your one-to-one personal relationships, right? So for some of you, this could be signing a new contract. So this is like maybe for work, employment, freelance work, a business partner, signing a new client. On a different note, this can be looking at taking your relationship with another person to the next level. So coming together on goals, on your vision for your future, and so on and so forth. And for others of you, let's say you are in a relationship already. Maybe the new moon doesn't really impact you personally, but there could be like a really big new chapter that is starting for your significant other, right? So it's like they have a new prospect or a new lease on life, and you're like noticing that from afar. Okay, so this new moon is also coinciding with Mars conjunct Chiron at 28 degrees in Aries. So that is in your 6th house. Mars, as I said, is your chart ruler. So there can be some sort of some sort of wound that gets triggered with this new beginning. Maybe it involves compromise on something that you didn't want to compromise on, or just seeing things differently from a different perspective. And it's like the emotional maturation is there, but there is some sort of childhood wound that gets activated because 28 degrees is the Cancer degree. Or it could be like an uncomfortable conversation or a situation that involves family, that involves property, that involves your living situation, and so on and so forth. All right, so the next day, Scorpio, we are going to see Mercury entering the sign of Gemini, which means it will be transiting your 8th house. And then the following day on the 18th, Mercury and Uranus will be conjunct in Gemini at 1 degree, again in your 8th house. So this indicates that there is a focus on 8th house matters, mutual resources. You know, it can be you and family, you and your significant other. It can be your financial contribution or your contribution of your resources, or allowing people to access your resources. And ultimately, there's like a focus here. There's attention that is put here. And the conjunction suggests that there is something new that's starting, right? So maybe it's like, I want to draw up a will or change my will. I want to apply for a certain type of insurance policy, or engage the services of an accountant, or engage the services of a therapist or a psychiatrist or an astrologer. Yes, I do private one-to-one readings in exactly this format if you're wanting an astrology reading or a tarot reading. In any case, Gemini is the sign of learning and curiosity. So maybe there's an intense curiosity and a following of that curiosity to be like, let me go deeper into astrology. Let me learn about something to do with alternative healing modalities and methods, right? So you could be looking at educating yourself further. On the 19th, Mars is going to enter the sign of Taurus, okay? And on the same day, Venus is going to enter the sign of Cancer. So Mars is your ruling planet, and with it transiting the sign of Taurus in your 7th house for several weeks, this is a time where you can close a lot of deals if you're in sales, right? So this can see you being a real go-getter when it comes to onboarding new clients, getting contracts signed, sealed, and delivered, perhaps working on a project with your significant other or with a business partner. On the flip side, Mars transiting the 7th house can absolutely play out as there being disharmony within your one-to-one relationships. So that can be with a significant other, that can be with a business partner, or a friend or a client. Ultimately though, Mars transiting the 7th house is like, are you fighting against this person, or are you fighting for this relationship, right? So Mars going through the 7th house can actually indicate that maybe you're dating someone and it's actually now becoming exclusive. Okay, so the reason I say that is because the 7th house is the house of long-term relationships, partnerships, and marriage, and Mars is your chart ruler. So it's like maybe we're bringing something together. At the end of the day, your relationship as you know it and as it stands right now is going to undergo some kind of transformation, with the end goal being to remove any discord where it's like, this is unfair, right? So it's like, how do we battle it out if need be to get to a point where we are on the same page? Or maybe it turns out that you're not on the same page, right? So it's like, we need to fight for this connection to make it work, and find a way to fight alongside each other, like you and me against whatever else, instead of being at loggerheads. So with Venus entering Cancer and transiting your 9th house, wherever Venus goes, it's like a softener, and we enjoy the realm of that house usually, right? So Jupiter is here, which adds to that, but let's make no mistake that we've still got planets in Aries, and Venus will be squaring those planets. In any case, Venus going through the ninth house can see you focusing your attention on learning new things, travel, import, export, higher education, receiving advice from a coach or a mentor or someone that you respect. Maybe this is an opportunity for you to learn a new language or explore other cultures, or with Venus going through the ninth house, it can be a time where you're thinking about marriage. All right. So, and maybe that's something that's going to be coming through while Jupiter is in Cancer for the next couple of months. All right. So Venus joining Jupiter can see that being a focal point or topic for you. Moving along though, with the fourth week of the month, the sun will enter the sign of Gemini on the 21st of May. So it's going to transit your 8th house. Again, this is now shifting that focus back to mutual resources, right? So my money, my property, your property. There can even be talks about prenups, or putting boundaries in place, or even like with pocket money, how much money are we giving to the kids? There can be a focus on getting a will drawn up, or or looking at like life insurance and that kind of thing. In any case, the sun will conjunct Uranus the next day on the 22nd at 1 degree. So again, your curiosity and interest around 8th house matters. So the occult, anything hidden, anything related to conspiracy topics and theories. You may do a bit of a deep dive into this, or it may be from the perspective that you want to, overcome certain fears or insecurities or even addictions. All right. So it's nothing you're not attuned to. You know, the 8th house is kind of your house anyway. So you may just feel more Scorpio-ish, right? So doing some digging into situations that just don't quite add up. On the 28th, Chiron will reach the critical anaretic degree of Aries. So Chiron at 29 degrees from the 28th through till the 19th of June. And this will be in your 6th house, of course. So this is certainly a time where you will be drawn, if not forced, to look at your habits, your routines, the ways in which you are of service to other people. If there's been conflicts or a challenging situation that you've been dealing with, then it may reach a head during this, nearly 4-week period. In any case, Chiron at 29 degrees in your 6th house can see you actually getting to the root cause of, why am I experiencing this pain? Why have I had this chronic issue? How can I overcome it? What treatment is needed? What changes can I make? So the answers can actually be coming up or coming through here for you. But you do need to take extra care of your health, especially in those last few days of the month, moving through till, the first 2.5 weeks of June, while Chiron is at 29 degrees. So lastly, Scorpio will finish with the Sagittarius full moon. So this is occurring on the 31st of May, 31st of May, at 9 degrees in your 2nd house. All right. So full moons in the 2nd house can bring through sometimes a lump sum of money, sometimes a significant shift in terms of your salary and your pay. It can come through as receiving a resource or a valuable, or perhaps releasing valuables and resources. So maybe decluttering, donating items, getting rid of things that you no longer need. Maybe there's cause to book in a dental appointment, so you may want to do that preemptively. Or perhaps you've just got some sort of procedure booked around this time. It does need to be said, and I've said it for all the other signs, that 9 degrees Sagittarius and Gemini activates the fixed star axis for Aldebaran and Antares, and these are like enemy fixed stars. You know, they kind of like at war with each other. So just be mindful that disagreements or arguments that are started around or that occur around the 31st do have the potential to really blow up out of proportion. So just be mindful of picking your battles wisely, I guess we can put it that way. So Scorpio, that's all I have for you for your May horoscope. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a thumbs up and hit the subscribe button if you want to see more content here. I'm also on Instagram and Facebook too if you want to get more regular updates in between these videos. Thank you so much, and now let's move on to Sagittarius. Hi Sagittarius, Sun, Moon and Risings. Welcome to your May 2026 horoscope. So the themes for you this month, Sagittarius, will largely be around creativity, hobbies, your passions, and potentially business ventures that you're wanting to pursue, your daily habits, work, service, and how you show up for other people, plus your one-to-one personal relationships, whether that's with your significant other, clients, friends, business partners. And then lastly, we're ending the month with a full moon in your sign in Sagittarius. So this month is going to kind of build up in a crescendo to that event. So let's look at the first week of the month for you. Okay, so straight off the bat, we've got a full moon in Scorpio. So yes, there are 2 full moons occurring this month, which only happens like once a year. In any case, the full moon is in Scorpio at in your 12th house at 11 degrees. So when we have a full moon in the 12th house, it can play out on more of a psychological level or a subconscious level. So the full moon in the 12th house can reveal self-sabotaging behaviors, mindsets, self-limiting beliefs. You can have a breakthrough, and that can come through via things like meditation, yoga, even journaling, working with a therapist or a psychologist, plus other spiritual modalities. So for example, maybe you pull tarot cards for yourself, or maybe this is through your own astrological interpretations, right? So in any case, we are also going to see Mercury conjunct Chiron in Aries coinciding with this full moon. So you can see that here in Aries. So that's in your 5th house. Fortunately for you, that will be trining you, okay, as a fellow fire sign. So Mercury conjunct Chiron in the 5th house can indicate that there is a loaded conversation, and I dare say a disagreement that can take place that is around any of the following. So your love life, your sex life, children, so your relationship with your children, maybe there's a disagreement that breaks out there, or it's like a disagreement with another person about whether you want or don't want kids, or when to have kids, or having more children, right? That'll be for a select few of you, so just take it as it resonates. The 5th house is also a very creative house, so this can be like, you know, I feel like I'm being criticized for my creative project, and why isn't this being appreciated, right? Or it can just be difficulties like within that creative process where you feel like you've come upon some kind of block or an obstacle that needs to be overcome. Fortunately, like I said, this is trining you, like Mercury and Chiron. So I think that although there'll be moments of doubt and a lack of confidence, and what am I doing with this project or with this venture or this chapter of my life, that the answers will eventually come through as you need them. Okay, so still looking at the first week of the month, we will have Mercury entering the sign of Taurus on the 3rd. Okay, so Mercury will transit your 6th house for only a couple of weeks. With Mercury here in the 6th house, there may be a lot of paperwork, a lot of admin work, life admin that you have to attend to. And moving along on the 5th, we will have Mars in Aries in your 5th house, squaring Jupiter in Cancer at 19 degrees in your 8th house. So Mars rules over Aries. Jupiter is exalted in Cancer. Both of these planets are super, super strong in these signs, and ultimately coming together in this way presents an opportunity for growth, for taking on a new challenge, and for pushing yourself outside of your comfort zone. All right, so just throwing some topics together and how they can relate. 5th house and 8th house could be to do with your business, okay, so whether that's services, products, something that you're wanting to create. And 8th house is like mutual resources, the help that you receive from other people, insurance policy, taxes, like how you structure those things, how much you're investing into it, and how much another person is maybe investing, right? So if you're going into business with another person. The 5th house and the 8th house are also related to love, romance, and sex and fertility. Okay, so there can be like challenges that come up around your intimate life, your sex life, and how vulnerable you are willing to be with another person, even if it's not on a sexual level. And perhaps this is coming through in the way of finding things out about the person that you're dating or the person that you're with, that either makes you question things, or you can feel like they are questioning you in some way. And another way that this can play out for you is feeling insecure about your creative pursuits and your passions and hobbies. And lastly, maybe feeling really challenged by either your child, your children, or the idea of starting a family and how that would actually look or play out or work, or maybe that's expanding that family further, depending on your personal set of circumstances. So on the 6th or the 7th, depending where you live in the world, Pluto will station retrograde in Aquarius in your 3rd house at 5 degrees. So for the next approximately 5 months, there's likely to be a focus for you on upskilling, getting a qualification, getting a diploma, launching a business, launching a website. Maybe this is something to do with marketing or with sales. All right, so that's like the significations of the 3rd house. Of course, there's also things like writing, communications, social media, plus your friendships, all right, friendship group, siblings, extended relatives. So perhaps you are looking at going into business with one or more of those individuals, or there may be like a transformation of those core relationships in some way, shape, or form. So moving to the 2nd week of the month, Sagittarius. On the 11th, we will see the Sun in Taurus in your 6th house, sextiling Jupiter in Cancer in your 8th house. And then a couple days later, we will have Mercury doing the same thing, right? So Mercury in Taurus in the 6th house, sextiling Jupiter in Cancer at 20 degrees. and we'll also have the Sun conjunct Mercury in Taurus too. So this exchange or interplay between the 6th house and the 8th house is coming through as a beneficial opportunity for you, because sextiles represent almost like a voucher that needs to be cashed in before the expiry date. Like it's an opportunity that needs to be activated within a certain time frame, is essentially what I'm trying to say. So there could be an opportunity for you to actually take on or receive financial assistance from another person because of the 8th house, or like resources, and maybe this helps you to overcome a conflict, overcome a challenging situation, pay off a bill, or get a fine waived. That's another way that could play out. Plus this could indicate that there is help and assistance coming through in your daily work that you're doing. Okay, so you may have access to certain resources or recourse in order to positively advance your situation further. On a different note, this could indicate an opportunity that comes through with pets. All right, maybe this is pet sitting. Maybe this is your pet receiving some kind of care or service that is either free or heavily discounted. Maybe you've like wanted a puppy for a really long time, and someone's like, hey, my dog just had puppies, and do you want one for free? It's a really niche example, but I digress. So then we get to the 3rd week of the month, right? So we're now looking at the new moon in Taurus, which I will put up on the screen for you. So that is occurring at 25 degrees. It is conjunct Mercury at 28 degrees, and it coincides with the Mars Chiron conjunction, which is like exact to the minute, as you can see here, 28 degrees and 24 minutes. So new moons indicate a chance for a new beginning, a new opportunity, planting the seeds, setting your intentions. And a new moon in the 6th house can indicate new daily work. Okay, so maybe it's still within the same company, but the role is a bit different, or the responsibilities are different, or the environment is different somehow. For others of you, this could indicate that you are employing someone new. So someone new is joining the team. You're engaging the services of, let's say, like a tradesperson. Maybe that's like a cleaner or a gardener. All right. So it's like enlisting the support of someone else, but you are paying them somehow or contributing in some way. The 6th house also represents our daily habits and routines. So this can be in terms of physical exercise, nutrition, and so on and so forth. So there's definitely scope for really positive developments here, especially as the new moon is sextiling Jupiter in Cancer. All right, so when it comes to Chiron conjunct Mars at 28 degrees Aries in your 5th house, first of all, it is sextiling Venus in Gemini, which is positive, but nevertheless, there can just be some sort of pain point or pressure point that relates to family, that relates to inner child wounding, that relates to your significant other and your family or their family, or maybe starting a family. So it does, and on a different note, this could be to do with like creativity and feeling like you don't have all the resources that you need at your home, or in order to like build that structure. In any case, there's definitely room for healing and growth here again, because we do have that sextile to Venus in Gemini. So it looks like someone has assistance that they can offer, resources, help, or comforting words of support, or perhaps they are coming through with the goods in terms of the knowledge, the know-how, and the expertise. Okay, so again, that was the 16th or the 17th, depending where you live in the world. But moving along, just a few hours later, on the 17th, we'll have Mercury entering the sign of Gemini. So Mercury will be transiting your 7th house, and that can indicate developments as it relates to your relationship with your significant other or getting into a relationship with another person. So the next day we've got Mercury conjunct Uranus in your 7th house at 1 degrees. This can indicate that there's a new agreement, a new contract, a new arrangement that just comes in out of the blue, out of nowhere. In some instances, it could indicate that you're replacing one thing with another thing. So for example, okay, I'm deleting this contract, but, or not deleting, reneging or breaking this contract in favor of something else. This can come through as brain waves and downloads for exciting new ideas. Maybe this is to do with business because it's Gemini, so technology, AI, business ventures, sales, marketing, and so on and so forth. Moving along though, we are going to see Mars entering Taurus and Venus entering Cancer on the same day. So this, starting to talk too quickly. So this is on the 19th of May. Mars will transit your 6th house. Venus will transit your 8th house. So Mars transiting the 6th house indicates that you're very gung-ho about getting fit, your exercise routine, your diet, nutrition. Mars going through the 6th house can help you to cut out bad habits, vices, addictions, or just routines and habits that no longer serve you. Mars going through the 6th house can see there being conflicts and challenges and disputes that arise. By the same token, Mars finds its planetary joy in the 6th house, which means that this is Mars's literally favorite house to be in. There's no other house that Mars performs better in than the 6th house. So this is really a several week period where you can get stuff done really fast. All right, so it's a time of heightened productivity plus problem solving abilities. Now, as I said, Venus will transit the 8th house, and Venus is a planet which represents finances and money, let's say, as well as love and romance and all that good stuff. And the 8th house is a money house. So Venus going through the 8th house can see you coming into more money. Maybe you are having access to other people's finances or resources, or there's like an uptick in work perks, work benefits, or perhaps you are having your significant other or someone you're in a relationship with that is financially contributing to, let's say, a joint pool of money, or they're investing in something with you, or you're making money together. Sometimes this can indicate that your significant other is seeing an increase in their finances and resources somehow. On a different note, like aside from finances and resources, although I do think that a lot of you will be doing taxes and getting stuck into the nitty-gritty of your financial situation, this is also a time where there may be more exploration within your intimate life, your sexual life. Maybe this is you and your significant other, or a new sexual relationship that is forming or that is starting. And certainly it can be a time where you are getting more in touch with your own intuition. So in terms of the last week of the month, the sun will enter Gemini on my birthday on the 21st of May. So the sun will transit your 7th house for about 4 weeks, which again highlights the fact that there's going to be a lot of talks about business, clients, contracts, taking on projects with other people, even if it's not related to work. It's like, hey, do you want to work on this thing together? Do you want to study together? Do you want to play sport together? So it can be a time of engaging in a lot of teamwork and one-to-one relationships. The next day, the sun will conjunct Uranus in Gemini in your 7th house at 1 degree. So there can be unexpected conversations, contracts that arise, or it's like, hey, we need you to sign along this dotted line, or hey, this contract isn't working anymore. We're going to have to change how things are done, or in some instances, walk away from the connection altogether. But ultimately, it depends on your own personal chart in terms of how it plays out, right? In the last few days of the month, so from the 28th of May through till the 19th of June, Chiron will reach 29 degrees Aries. All right, this is the critical anaretic degree. We have not seen Chiron here for like nearly 50 years plus. So fortunately for you, Chiron is trining you, right? But that doesn't take away from the fact that Chiron at 29 degrees is like, whoa, I need to address this massive trigger point that has like been within me my whole life, right? So, or maybe not your whole life, but something from the past for sure. So this is a triggering around fifth house topics and themes: creativity, expressing your authentic self, your relationship to your inner child, children, right? Whether you have them, whether you want to have them, whether you don't want to have them. Maybe you decided like, hey, children aren't for me, but you still need to process the fact that that choice disappointed another person, as an example. All right. So then on a different note, this is like fun, dating, leisure time, vacations. So for some of you, and I know you're fun-loving Sagittarians, like thematically speaking or generalistically speaking, but for some of you, there could be like a wounding there where, you know, every time you were just doing your own thing, maybe someone in your family got mad at you and was like, you need to work, or, you know, why are you wasting time? So it could be like guilt around fun and pleasure and leisure. And then lastly, this could be like the processing of a former relationship. Okay, I need to like purge this, cut cords or whatever. And, you know, I'm going to park it there because obviously I could just easily go off the deep end with this one. So Sagittarius, let's finish with the full moon. So there's a full moon in Sagittarius on the 31st of May, the very last day of the month. And this will be in your first house at 9 degrees. And this only happens once a year when we have full moons in our first house. It can be a time to let go of what no longer serves us. That can be contracts, relationships, behaviors, right? How we express ourselves, how we talk, how we dress. So it could be the whole shebang where you're like, do you know what? I'm throwing out this whole wardrobe. That's not me. Why do I have tops from when I used to go to raves or whatever? You know, I don't want to wear hats anymore. Like, that's a superficial level, right? On a much deeper level, given that it's Sagittarius, this can be to do with your belief systems. I don't align to this belief anymore. I don't subscribe to this. I'm not aligned to this political party. This is not, you know, how I think that the world works, right? So there can be pretty incredible realizations that come through that act as a catalyst for a paradigm shift for you, especially as it relates to optimism, abundance mindset, and seeing the glass half full. I've said it for every other sign, and you're no exception. The 9-degree axis of Gemini and Sagittarius activates Aldebaran and Antares, which are two fixed stars, which are basically like enemy stars of one another. Be ultra careful of conflicts that you get into, especially around the end of May, because you will get as good as you give and maybe even more. So don't expect what you pursue in terms of checking people, putting them in their place, or lodging complaints to just be like done and dusted, because the other side is going to come back at you. All right. So, and I don't say that lightly. I wouldn't say that if I didn't actually see it in the chart or believe it. Fortunately, the full moon is trining Neptune and it's trining Saturn in Aries. So, and it's also sextiling Pluto. There's a way to resolve things without force. There's a way to resolve things without going to maximum impact in terms of trying to, slander someone's character. Not saying you would do that, but when I say that, it's like not going to extremes to make the other person seem like they are in the wrong or that their conduct is terrible or whatever, because they're just going to give that straight back to you. So there's a more peaceful way to resolve conflictual situations. That obviously won't apply to everyone. For some Sagittarians, it's just like, do you know what? I'm done with this old chapter of me, of my life, of this old version. I want to level up, and I really want to just leave this in the past. So there's enormous scope and potential to actually resolve a long-standing issue once and for all and completely leave it behind. On that note, Sagittarius, I hope you enjoyed this video. Enjoy your month ahead. Feel free to give the video a thumbs up if you enjoyed it, and subscribe to the channel if you want to see more content from me. I am also on Instagram and Facebook as well if you're wanting to see regular astrological updates in between. Thanks so much, and now let's move on to Capricorn. Hi Capricorn, Sun, Moon and Risings. Welcome to your May 2026 horoscope. So let's talk about the themes of the month for you. So certainly there is a focus on your personal one-to-one relationships. And I say that because your 7th house is activated this month. Your 5th house is also very activated, which means that there is a focus on creative hobbies, passions, plus love, romance, and children. And then finally, the 4th house. All right, so we do have Aries transiting your 4th house. So there is still a big focus for you on your family, your property, and your emotional inner world and your living situation. So we'll start off the month by looking at the first week of May. And as it so happens, we have a full moon in Scorpio on the 1st or 2nd of May, depending where you live in the world. It's occurring at 11 degrees in your 11th house. All right, so it is sextiling you, which is super positive, and it's also coinciding with a Mercury Chiron conjunction in Aries in the 4th house. So full moons in the 11th house can lead to an epiphany or a realization as it relates to your long-term goals and plans for the future. Sometimes it can be the realization of those where it's like, oh, I now know what I want to do. I now have clarity about the direction I want to move in. In other instances, it can be a time where we pivot and it's like, do you know what? This isn't going to take me where I want to go. And so I need to refine or reframe how I'm viewing these long-term goals and dreams. On a different note, the 11th house is very much associated with your wider friendship group and also your community, right? So your network, communities that you are a part of, plus passive and residual forms of income. And the 11th house is also related to public recognition, rewards, accolades, and so on and so forth. So some of you may actually be receiving like a pat on the back, or better yet, some sort of like fiscal reward for a job well done. Maybe it's public recognition. Maybe it is like a thank you from your boss or from a client, or a really positive review that's left online. On a different note, this can indicate that you are maybe walking away from a community that you have been part of, and it's like, do you know what, this isn't for me anymore. Or there could be some sort of disruption to your friendship group, right? And it doesn't have to involve you. By the way, this full moon is trining Jupiter in Cancer, so there's still a harmonious element to it, although of course it is also squaring Pluto in Aquarius. So ultimately, there's a shift in your attachment, your vision, or your how you regard your community, your wider network, your long-term goals and plans for the future. And some of you may receive a lump sum of money, right? That can happen with full moon in the 11th house. Okay, Capricorn. So still looking at the first week of the month. On the 3rd, we will have Mercury entering the sign of Taurus. So Mercury is going to transit Taurus in your 5th house for only 2 weeks. But with Mercury here, there can be a focus on content creation that is either online in a digital format or something to do with writing or social media. Mercury transiting the 5th house can be a time where you are spending time with children, whether that's your own children, nieces, nephews, students, or whatever, or connecting to your inner child. On the 5th, Mars in Aries in your 4th house is going to square Jupiter in Cancer in your 7th house at 19 degrees. So Mars is the natural ruler of Aries and Jupiter is exalted in the sign of Cancer. So these two are super strong coming together in this square. And so there can be pressure that you experience that is coming through as it relates to your family, right? Parents, children, your property, your living situation. This can be to do with renovating your property, investments, like a property investment, tenants, working with property managers or real estate agents or whatever. There may be a big push for you to try and sign contracts or secure a contract for your property and your living situation. So on a different note, this can come through as a clash between you and your significant other, you and your parents or your children, you and your family, right? And also as it relates to the, let's say, career themes. Sorry, starting to lose my train of thought a bit. Maybe there's just going to be an opportunity for you to push really hard as it relates to construction, property development, or this can be to do with working in aged care, working with NDIS, or with people who need support, right? So these can be anyway, I'm going to park it there because we're only 5 minutes in and we haven't even finished the first week. So on the 6th or the 7th, we are going to see Pluto stationing retrograde in Aquarius in your 2nd house at 5 degrees. So the next 5 or so months can be a time where you're looking at reconfiguring or restructuring your finances and your resources. And also maybe you're wanting to learn about the themes of the 2nd house and integrate that deeply. So this can be to do with like wealth management, resource management, farming, agriculture, or it can be to do with history as well, because the 2nd house is very much associated with history. And so Pluto retrograde here is like, okay, what's the real history, right? Like what is the non-mainstream read on certain situations. So you may find yourself becoming very interested in those topics. And also when we have Pluto transiting the 2nd house, this can indicate that we are financially supporting others or supporting others with our resources, or vice versa. So that means that, for example, you could be letting like your children live in one of your investment properties, or maybe your grandma is letting you live in her rental unit, so, or again, it can be of a financial sense. All right. So moving along, Capricorn, we're now looking at the 2nd week of the month. And also hello to everyone who's here in the chat while I'm doing this live. It's always nice to have company. And you know, we're nearly at the end. Anyway, so second week for Capricorn. I like the look of the second week. It's a bit more easy breezy. We've got Sun in Taurus in the 5th house, sextile Jupiter in Cancer at 20 degrees on the 11th. Then on the 13th, Mercury in Taurus will sextile Jupiter in Cancer, also at 20 degrees. And then on the 14th or 15th, the Sun will conjunct Mercury in Taurus at 23 degrees. So this is seeing there be an exchange between the 5th house and the 7th house, which is very much to do with love, romance, long-term relationships and commitments. All right, so I actually think that this could be a mover and shaker week for Capricorns when it relates to love, romance, and relationships. So maybe this is becoming exclusive, taking things to the next level, or you just meet someone special, right? So for those of you who are in an existing relationship already, then this may be a decision to expand your family, right? Whether that's for the first time or again. And on a different note though, this is certainly a very creative week for you. So if you are looking at pursuing your hobbies, your passions, starting your own business, promoting that business, you know, entering into some kind of contract or affiliate program, then there certainly are opportunities here for you, but it's up to you to recognize these opportunities. So you may find that people have like a token throwaway line like, hey, you know, if you need help with that new business or you want me to speak to this person, just let me know, right? And you may be thinking, oh, they weren't serious or whatever, but you can call that bluff, because to me the astrology looks really positive, where it's like, no, actually I'm dead set serious. If you want help, like, you need to say the word though, right? So shifting gears now, Capricorn, let's look at the third week of the month. So the third week of May starts off with a new moon in Taurus. So the new moon in Taurus will be at 25 degrees conjunct Mercury at 28 degrees. So the new moon is in the 5th house. It is also sextiling Jupiter in Cancer at 21 degrees. And ultimately the Capricorns who will be the most impacted would be those at about 25 degrees, but pretty much the last decan of Capricorn, so the last 10 degrees. Also, you'll note that Mars and Chiron are conjunct, right? So the conjunction is literally to the minute, and it does coincide with the new moon. In any case, new moons indicate a new chapter that is starting, the opportunity to try something new, to plant new seeds and whatnot. So to me, because it's trining you, this looks uber positive. This can indicate that you're pursuing a new hobby, pursuing a passion, starting a new creative project. Maybe you're looking at writing a book with that conjunction to Mercury there. Maybe going into business with another person. This is a time where you can have a lot of creative ideas or business ideas. Maybe you're looking at launching a new product or a new service, if I didn't say that already. Leaving that to the side though, this can indicate that you are looking at, again, starting a family. This is a super fertile time for you. If you want that, Capricorn, then, you know, align it with the new moon, because the new moon trining you, conjunct Mercury, sextile Jupiter, like, that's really positive. Maybe it's your significant other, okay? In which case, again, you can capitalize on this energy. If you don't want that, maybe take some precautions. For others of you, you may be finding out that you will become a grandparent, right? However, you may not find out around the time of the new moon. It's just that the conception may occur around this time and you're finding out weeks or months later, right? In any case, shifting gears, this is very positive for love and romance. So if you're wanting to put yourself out there, join a dating site, I know a lot of Capricorns are not into that, and I get it, then accept social invitations, put yourself out there more, say yes to parties, say yes to group gatherings, because nothing ventured, nothing gained, right? the Mars Chiron conjunction is kind of related, but it's probably going to crop up in a way that doesn't feel connected to the new moon, right? So the conjunction is happening in your 4th house at 28 degrees. So we're really doubling down on that 4th house energy. So there may be something painful that comes up here around family, parents, upbringing, expectations of family, or your property and your living situation where you're like, I don't like where I live, or, you know, I want to extend my house, I don't have the funds, or I have this dream for my living situation and it's just not playing out the way I want it to. So there's that feeling can be, amplified by the square to Jupiter in Cancer, but somehow the sextile to Venus, which is the ruler of the new moon, indicates that there's a solution, right? So I guess what I want to say here is, if you are feeling aggrieved, if you are feeling really disappointed by a situation that involves your property situation, your living situation, family, children even, share that with someone, because that sextile to Venus represents an opportunity for you to receive practical help, right? Advice that's going to be a game changer for you, or even something you can action immediately. So moving along, just a few hours later, Mars is going to enter the sign of Gemini. So did I say Mars? I meant Mercury. Mercury will enter Gemini on the 17th of May. It will transit your 6th house. And so Mercury in the 6th house is like busy, doing admin tasks, lots of projects, lots of paperwork, documentation and whatnot. The next day, Mercury will conjunct Uranus in Gemini in your 6th house. So this can indicate that you are experiencing maybe correspondence that comes out of the blue, which is surprising to you, about your work, about a fine, about bills, or like a conflictual situation. In some instances, it may be that you are absolved of that. It may be that you are absolved of an issue and you're getting a notification that like a problem has just, disappeared somehow. So Mars will enter Taurus on the 19th of May. So it'll transit your 5th house for several weeks. And on the same day, Venus will enter Cancer and transit your 7th house for about 3 weeks. So again, the 5th house and the 7th house, this is like love and romance, and then long-term relationships and contracts and agreements. So Mars and Venus are planets which represent activations of a romantic variety or a sexual variety. So it's like the romance, the passion. So I don't want to harp on about it, and I also don't want to give anyone false hope, but May is looking pretty promising for love, romance, and igniting certain sparks in that side of your relationship, if that is something that you are looking to explore. If not, of course, there are different ways for this to play out. So Mars transiting the 5th house can see you being very focused on sport, physical activity, channeling energy into creative hobbies, passions, and pursuits. Also, Mars going through the 5th house. If you do have children, it can see your children being more rebellious in nature. So you may be butting heads with them. But for those of you who are in a relationship, Mars through the 5th house, on one hand, that person can annoy you. On the other hand, that can reintroduce the spark and the spice into your sex life. So Venus transiting the 7th house can see there being more harmony in your personal one-to-one relationships, whether that's of a romantic variety or with a business partner or with clients. So maybe you are making an important purchase, signing important contracts, signing on more clients. So there can be an increase in your client services in terms of volume of clients. And also Venus going through the 7th house is positive for you in terms of negotiations and sales in general. So if you're wanting to negotiate more of a fair deal, then Venus going through the 7th house can be supportive of that. When it comes to the 4th week of the month, Sun will enter Gemini on the 21st of May, on my birthday, and it will be transiting your 6th house, of course, for about 4 weeks. The next day on the 22nd, the Sun will conjunct Uranus in Gemini in your 6th house. All right, so we've got Mercury, the Sun, and Uranus here, and that means there is this focus on 6th house matters, your daily habits, your routines, nutrition, exercise, pets. All right, so maybe wanting to foster a pet or adopt a pet, or look at pet sitting services as a way to generate more income. Also, this can indicate that there's a contract that comes through or an opportunity for you in terms of work. Maybe it's freelance stuff and it's like really unexpected but very lucrative. Maybe some of you are looking to hire someone, so you could be engaging someone's services or welcoming a new employee on board. But again, this like Sun Uranus activity, Mercury Uranus activity, it's like, whoa, we weren't expecting this, or they're kind of quirky, or this has all come about really quickly. So you want to be more adaptable, right? From the 28th of May through till the 19th of June, Chiron will be at 29 degrees Aries. So this is like the critical anaretic degree in your 4th house. So first of all, the critical anaretic degree is not easy for any planet or asteroid to get to. And it's been nearly 50 years since Chiron was last at 29 degrees Aries. So basically that means Chiron is shining a spotlight on something that's like a wound or a trigger for you. And it's in the 4th house, right? So this is like family, origins, ancestry, lineage, upbringing, childhood, relationship with parents, lack of a relationship with parents. Maybe you went through the foster system, or foster care, or you were adopted, right? Or you lost your family at a very young age, or there was something tragic or traumatic that happened to you. And I think that this would be years ago, right? But it's like very formative. And so even if you feel or felt like you'd made peace with it, then Chiron in Aries at 29 degrees is like, are you sure? Are you sure though? So I share this with you, not to dredge anything up, but to make you aware that from the last few days of the month through till the first 2.5 weeks of June, it's an emotional time for everybody, but how that plays out will depend on where Chiron or where Aries is in their chart, and therefore where Chiron is in their chart. So let's finish off with the full moon in Sagittarius. So we have 2 full moons occurring in the month of May, and this one will be in your 12th house at 9 degrees. So when we have full moons in the 12th house, they can play out on more of a subconscious level, more of an internal level, right? But it can allow us the opportunity to, see things more clearly, especially as it relates to self-sabotaging behavior, right? So this is like victim savior complex, recreational drug activity, escapism, alcoholism, addictions, insecurities, anything that can be classed as like a self-limiting behavior or a self-sabotaging behavior. On a different note, the 12th house is a very creative house in astrology. So a full moon here could indicate that something that you've been working on creatively behind the scenes is almost ready for release, or it is complete around this time. Maybe this is to do with music, filmography, photography, acting, poetry, creative writing, if I didn't say that already, or even like a scientific discovery, right? So I've said this for every horoscope, and I'll say it for you guys as well. 9 degrees and of Sagittarius and 9 degrees of Gemini activates the Antares and Aldebaran fixed star opposition. These 2 stars are like enemy stars, and the 12th house is hidden enemies and the 6th house is open enemies, right? So just be mindful of what you're starting around the end of the month, okay? Because you may be pulling on levers where the corresponding response is just as bad, if not worse, okay? So just be mindful of if you are engaging in conflicts or disputes with other people. On a different note, this can actually indicate, or when I say indicate, I mean reveal if someone has kind of been working behind your back. So this full moon can be revelatory in a positive way, where you're just like, ha, false friend or coworker working behind my back. I see you, right? So just be mindful though that how you respond, you will get a mirror response to that. All right. So a little bit of a damp note to leave it on, but you know, you guys are Capricorns, you can handle it. If you enjoyed this reading, please give it a thumbs up. And if you'd like to see more content on this channel, please hit the subscribe button. I'm also on Instagram and Facebook, which is just K-Astrology, if you want to see regular updates on what's happening astrologically in between these readings. Thank you so much, Capricorn. Enjoy your month ahead. And now let's move on to Aquarius. Hi Aquarius, Sun, Moon and Risings. Welcome to your May 2026 forecast. So let's talk about the themes for the month ahead for you. First and foremost, there is a strong activation to the third house, which means that there is a focus on skills, content creation, certifications, diplomas, okay, getting qualified, plus business, marketing and sales. On a different note, we've also got to focus on the fourth house. So this is your family relations, your property, your living situation, and of course, we've got a strong activation to your fifth house, okay? Creativity, owning your own business, love, romance, sex, children, right? So let's just dive straight into the first week of the month. We are starting off the month with a full moon in the sign of Scorpio. All right, so with it being in Scorpio in your 10th house at 11 degrees, this can indicate that there are realizations that are taking place about your public status, your reputation, the legacy that you are creating and that you want to leave behind, and in general, career. There are other ways that this can play out, but let's just move with these topics to begin with. So full moons in Scorpio are pretty well renowned for being emotionally charged, transformative, and they often entail some sort of unexpected element, right? So this can indicate that maybe some of you are wanting to walk away from a job or make a massive pivot in terms of your career, or maybe you're looking to change industries. On a different note, it could be coming from the top down, where it's like, hey guys, restructuring's occurring, or there's a merger, or, you know, I need you to pick up the slack because this person has left. Sometimes it can be like a shock departure from a boss or someone in upper management, right? So on a different note, this can indicate that there is a change in terms of your status, and the status can relate to love, romance, relationships, or government status, right? Where it's like I'm making this relationship public. I'm making it well known. I'm putting it out on, I don't know, Instagram or whatever. Or maybe you went through a breakup and you didn't really tell anyone about it. And you're like, hey, this is now public knowledge. Ultimately, it feels and it seems and it looks like you are making something public knowledge that you were sort of sitting on, right? So before we move along, at the same time, what is coinciding with this full moon is Mercury conjunct Chiron in Aries. So this will be at 27 degrees. Of course, this will be in your third house. It's sextiling you, which is really positive. But it's conjunct Chiron. So Mercury conjunct Chiron can indicate a painful conversation or something that's shared with you, or like seeing something online and you're like, oh, this, maybe it's like an ex or whatever. Not that, Aquarians would want to admit that. But it's just like, I'm coming across this thing online or in a conversation, something's revealed to me and it's unpleasant. But the influence of Chiron here is like, okay, let's shine a light on the ways in which this is painful, and now let's move on. Okay, so because the full moon and this conjunction is all tying in together, and the full moon is trining Jupiter in Cancer, I feel like there's scope for swift transmutation of something that otherwise would have taken you a while to process and integrate. Okay, let's move along, Aquarius. On the 3rd, Mercury will enter the sign of Taurus. All right, so we're really seeing this strong activation to your 4th house not starting now. Sun is already in Taurus, but it's continuing, right? So this can be you talking to more family members, having people over to the house, maybe having a gathering, socializing with people, or this can be indicative of your interest in researching things about your ancestry, your lineage, your heritage, the lives of your parents, your grandparents, and where you came from and what have you. Okay, so on the 5th, Mars in Aries in your 3rd house is going to square Jupiter in Cancer in your 6th house at 19 degrees. I love this for you. In fact, I'm kind of slightly envious because I just see this as such a productive week for you when it comes to contracts, marketing, sales, anything to do with business, clients, services, like getting things going. Plus, there's an opportunity for you to be pushed outside of your comfort zone in the most positive of ways. So don't be surprised if you have an opportunity to sign contracts with someone, go into business, sign a new client who's asking more of you than you've ever done before, or it's like a project which can really positively impact your career or your, like it adds credibility to your work. Okay, so let's say like your resume or your LinkedIn or whatever. So ultimately, I do think that you'll be super, super busy in the first week of the month in terms of work, paperwork, contracts, being on the phone a lot, having a lot of emails to respond to. Obviously, not all of you are working, right? But this can be you trying to get a project up off the ground, or, bring something together in terms of event planning or something with your local community or your friendship group, or something of that nature. Okay, so on the 6th or the 7th, depending where you live in the world, Pluto will station retrograde in Aquarius in your 1st house at 5 degrees, right? So Pluto will spend the next 5 or so months retrograde. It'll go from 5 back through till 2 degrees. I will double check that for you. It's either 2 or 3, but I'm like 99% sure that it's 2 degrees. And so this is a time where you are integrating the changes that you've experienced over the last several months. So it's just like, okay, what are the ways in which I want to transform? If you're an Aquarius sun, maybe this is to do with your career, your authentic self-expression, your creative projects that you are working on, the legacy that you want to leave behind, your personal authority and autonomy, right? So your sense of independence and conviction of yourself and ideals and what have you. If you're an Aquarius moon, then maybe this is like processing and integrating changes as it relates, or new experiences as it relates to your family, right? Children, parents, immediate family, your ancestry, your lineage. What have you learned? What traditions do you want to either integrate or break away from? Plus relationships if you're an Aquarius moon, right? So do I want to be with this person? What are we doing? Where are we going? Where's things at in terms of our vision for our future? Are we aligned? And then if you're an Aquarius rising, well, it's the whole kit and caboodle. So my path in life, my legacy, how I present, how I show up in the world, my demeanor, my countenance, my physical appearance. So there can be a massive, massive transformation that takes place for Aquarians, rising suns and moons alike over the next 5 months. And I do recommend that you go ahead and watch your horoscope for all three, rising sun and moon. And that's, I recommend that to everyone, but not everyone watches the intros, I guess. So as it relates to the second week of May, on the 11th, actually first of all, let me just speak to the second week of May. I like it. We've got Sun in Taurus, sextile Jupiter in Cancer. Mercury in Taurus, sextile Jupiter in Cancer, both at 20 degrees. Plus the Sun conjunct Mercury in Taurus at 23 degrees. All right. So this second week of the month, there is a lot of potential to improve your relationships in terms of family dynamics, relationship with parents, children, flatmates. Not everyone's in contact with their family. That's okay. If it's not that, then it's like your living situation. Whether that is renovating, making changes, whether this is enhancing it somehow, facilitating a relocation, or you're just getting along with your neighbors better, or just like more at home or at peace with where you live, or you're able to see how things can improve when it comes to your personal living situation. And so this opportunity here is coming through with Jupiter and Cancer in the 6th house. So this can be like resolving conflicts, resolving discord, something going your way when it comes to like a conflictual situation. It may be like a tribunal hearing, getting fines or fees waived, or someone helping you out just in terms of like your daily errands, right? Where it's like, oh my gosh, this is so like taxing, all these things that I need to do, and someone's like, hey, let me help you with these tasks and lighten your load. Okay, so with the Sun Mercury conjunction, I mean, we're going to see that again with the new moon, so let's keep it moving, right? And I am going to speak to it. So for the third week of the month, we start off with the new moon in Taurus in your 4th house at 25 degrees. So Mercury is conjunct here as well. New moon, new chapter, new beginning, new moon, new me. So the new moon in the 4th house can indicate that there is a new chapter that is coming through for you. So this can be your living situation, right? Buying, selling, renovating, investment property, buying and flipping, construction, having someone move in with you, you moving in with another person. This can be starting a new family. This can be, welcoming a child into the family. That can be you and your significant other. This can be like a grandchild, right? So it's like somehow the family for you is expanding for some of you, not all of you. Take it as it resonates. And then others of you can be basically researching your family history, right? So maybe this is like 23andMe, Ancestry and Me, or whatever they're called. So it's like getting to know about your family. Maybe this is a project that you are going to be collaborating with or collaborating on with family members, or a project for the home, for the house, right? The fourth house here could see you wanting to relocate interstate, relocate abroad. Maybe this is to do with dual citizenship, right? Obviously, there are a number of different ways that this can play out, but other ways could be you assisting children, your parents, your grandparents. Maybe this is to do with live-in care, end-of-life directory, retirement homes, aged care facilities, and that kind of thing. Okay, so we will also see Mars conjunct Chiron at the same time. All right, it coincides with the new moon in Taurus, as you can see here. It's to the minute, guys, 28 degrees, 24 minutes. And so for this, it's in your third house, right? So there can be potentially painful conversations about family, about your property and your living situation, or your childhood and your upbringing that arise around the time of this new moon. Or maybe there are certain things that are basically coming to the fore that intersect with the new beginning. So I won't give examples here because I don't want to get lost in the weeds, but it's like, as this new chapter unfolds in my life, I look back at a situation that didn't go my way, or that is still a pain point for me, and somehow I'm reminded of it despite the fact that there's a positive new beginning here. Okay, so maybe it's like there's someone who's just not as happy for you as you would have thought, as you would have wanted them to be. You know, so the next day, well, actually just a few hours later, Mercury is going to enter the sign of Gemini. Okay, that's great. So now you've got Mercury and Uranus in Gemini in your fifth house trining you. Mercury will conjunct Uranus in Gemini at 1 degree in your fifth house on the 18th. And again, this is trining you. So this can indicate that there are exciting new ideas that are coming through that relate to wanting to pursue a hobby, pursue a passion, start a creative project or a new business. Or if you own your own business already, then it can be like taking this in a new direction with services, with products. Because Gemini is writing, maybe this is wanting to write a book, okay, creative writing, start a social media page, like share your expertise and whatnot. On the 19th, Mars and Venus are going to change signs. So Mars is going to enter Taurus and transit your fourth house, whereas Venus is going to enter Cancer and transit your sixth house. So Mars entering Taurus and transiting your fourth house can be kind of inflammatory for your relationships with family and or anyone that you live with. Okay, so Mars going through the fourth house can see there being more disagreements that come up with like your children, with your parents, or with flatmates. On a different note, Mars going through the fourth house is like, all right, let's get to work around the house. So this can be building a new house, renovating, extending, erecting a shed, investing in more machinery, maybe like a mower or ride-on mower or whatever, like things that you can use around the house. It does need to be said that you'll need to be more careful when it comes to operating machinery around the home. Plus, I would recommend putting extra safety measures in place with Mars transiting your fourth house, because there is like a heightened chance of, you know, I'll be real with you, break-ins, theft, and that kind of thing. Okay, so I lost my train of thought. Yeah, I think that covers it for Mars transiting the fourth house. I guess one more thing is that if you want to move, if you want to buy, if you want to sell, Mars going through the fourth house is actually really positive for that, because a lot of energy gets channeled into fourth house matters. So you can be super productive around the house, you know, cleaning, getting things done, tending to the garden, creating a garden, right? So yeah, really productive time around the home, but tensions may be running high in the home, whether it's you or someone else that you live with. Okay, so Venus transiting Cancer as of the 19th indicates that, well, there's a focus on the 6th house for you. So Venus going through the 6th house is just like, okay, let me focus on nutrition, cleaning, decluttering. Do you know what? With Mars going through the 4th house and Venus through the 6th house, this is like starting to like it feels like Mercury retrograde. Anyway, this is like a powerful combination for decluttering, cleaning, being really productive around the home, just getting things done, tending to life admin. Venus through the 6th house could be enjoying time with your pets, bringing a new pet into your life, right? Moving along. When we get to the 4th week of the month on the 21st of May, which, you know, I've mentioned for all the signs, so I may as well mention for you, it's my birthday. On the 21st, the sun will enter the sign of Gemini. Okay, so now we have Mercury, we have Uranus, and the sun all transiting your 5th house, which can inspire creativity, love, romance. You can enjoy time with your children or with children in your life. Maybe you'll be getting more into sports. Okay, so sun through the 5th house can see there being opportunities for you to demonstrate your athletic prowess, potentially. The next day, the sun will conjunct Uranus in Gemini in your 5th house at 1 degree. So again, this is the 22nd. And so with that, maybe you'll have ideas around starting a new business, expanding your existing business further, and so on and so forth. Okay, so it's a very fertile time for you creatively speaking. So on the 28th of May through till the 19th of June, Chiron will be at 29 degrees, which is the critical anaretic degree in astrology. All right, so this indicates that a pain point, a wound is being kind of pressed on, right? Whether that's by someone in your life or an external situation, or it's just like something within you internally is drawing your attention to look at this thing. Okay, so Chiron hasn't been at 29 degrees Aries for like about 50 years. Because it's in the 3rd house, this is to do with communications, how you communicate, how you express yourself, how your ideas are received, your mindset. Do you have a mindset that is skewed towards the glass half empty or half full? Plus the 3rd house is friends, siblings, and extended relatives, plus school, right? So school friends. So these relationships and connections may be coming up for you, and there may be some painful wounds that need to be addressed here, but don't you worry. The healing, the medicine is in the wound, right? So when you look at it, when you put attention onto it, this is when you can finally heal it. Okay, so let's finish off by looking at the full moon in Sagittarius. So this will be on the 31st of May, right? So the full moon will be occurring in your 11th house. Good for you. This means it is sextiling you. So full moons in the 11th house can result in sometimes a lump sum of money. So maybe this is like receiving money for a grant or from the government. On a different note, this can indicate that you'll maybe receiving public praise, recognition, winning a competition or an accolade somehow. A full moon in the 11th house can indicate the breakdown of a community that you are part of, or an existing network, right? So for others of you, this can indicate that there's maybe a conflictual situation that is arising with an older sibling. So, segue. For all the other signs, I've mentioned it, and I will mention it for you too. 9 degrees Sagittarius and Gemini activates the Antares and Aldebaran fixed star axes respectively. So that means that what you give is what you get. So you want to be mindful of disputes, conflicts and even public takedowns of people, or, you know, putting things out online where you're dismissing or dissing someone, because as I've said before, you will get as good as you give with this fixed star activation. So I guess on a different note, this could see you resolving some kind of long-standing standoff, I guess, or like a connection where that relationship had broken down. So maybe it's like this is coming to the forefront to eventually be resolved. In any case, a full moon in the 11th house can also see some of you actually achieving a certain goal that you have, because the 11th house is like your long-term goals and dreams for the future. So the full moon here is like, good for you, you know, congratulations, you've achieved a goal, or you've achieved a long-term aspiration of yours. Okay, Aquarius, that is all I have for you for your May horoscope. If you enjoyed it, please give the video a thumbs up. If you want to see more content on the channel, please hit the subscribe button. I'm also on Instagram and Facebook as well if you want to see more content from me. So without further ado, let's move on to Pisces. Hi Pisces, Sun, Moon and Risings. Welcome to your May 2026 horoscope. So I just want to start off by saying I think I'm going to hit a new record here by getting to close to probably 5 hours of a live recording. Anyway, thank you for your incredible patience as always, Pisces. So let's talk about the themes for you for the month ahead, right? So we have your second house being strongly activated. And basically that means there is a big focus for you on your finances, your resources, your personal values, and self-worth. Then we've also got an activation to your third house, which means that you are going to also be channeling your attention and energy into skill development, business matters, networking, communications, and so on and so forth. And finally, your fourth house is also really activated, which means that family, your property, and your living situation, and your ancestry, your lineage, all of this is going to be coming up in a significant way for you this month. So let's pull up the full moon on the screen. Okay. So we're looking at the very first week of the month. We're going to look at the first, second, third, and fourth weeks in that order, of course. So as we start the month, first week of May, we have a full moon in Scorpio, and this is in your 9th house at 11 degrees. Okay, so full moons in general can be emotionally charged and kind of traumatic. Fortunately for you, it's trining you, okay? And the moon is also trining Jupiter in Cancer, and in turn, you're being trined by Jupiter in Cancer. So what does this mean? A full moon in the 9th house indicates that there's a realization, an epiphany, and in some instances, a breakthrough that is going to come through as it relates to your view of the world, your vision of your future. Okay, being more optimistic, right? And so for some of you, this can be like the deprogramming of an unhelpful belief system. Maybe this is political, religious, ideological, spiritual. Could be a belief system that you pretty much grew up with, that was just baked into the cake. And then the full moon occurring in the 9th house is just like a moment of pure clarity where you're like, oh my God, why did I believe this for so long, right? It's like a real shifting, it's like a sliding doors moment is how it comes through actually. On a different note, some of you may be completing an education course or program, okay? So it's like, all right, I'm qualified now, I'm graduating from this now. The 9th house also relates to travel, okay? So there could be some travel that you are embarking on, right? It could be an unexpected trip. It could be a trip that is cut short or, ends early. Or it's just like, hey, this wasn't part of the program or the itinerary, but let's do this, or let's leave earlier than what we had intended. Okay, the 9th house also rules over legal matters and the court system. So perhaps some of you are experiencing a significant development that relates to your ongoing court proceedings. For some of you, this could be like a memorable point. So for example, maybe you've been embroiled in something for months or even like a year or a few years, and this is like a significant checkpoint or marker. But for others of you, this could be the conclusion of a legal matter. Maybe some of you are getting like citizenship approved or a visa approved, or perhaps you are getting works published, all right? So maybe this is like a book as an example, because the 9th house rules over publishing. Lastly, the 9th house does rule over advice, guidance, teachers, and mentors. So some of you may be receiving very useful, helpful advice that benefits you in your life somehow. Okay, so we're still looking at the first week of the month, right? On the 3rd, Mercury will enter the sign of Taurus. So Mercury is going to transit your 3rd house for a couple of weeks, and it's already Taurus season, right? But Mercury here now in the 3rd house is just like, okay, I've got a lot of people to speak to, a lot of emails to send, a lot of texts to write, contracts to sign. I'm up to here in paperwork and what have you. So there can also be a lot of opportunities for you to socialize with friends, with neighbors, siblings, extended relatives, and whatnot, or even like co-workers, okay? So on the 5th, Mars in Aries in your 2nd house is going to square Jupiter in Cancer in your 5th house at 19 degrees. So, Mars squared Jupiter can see us like overreacting to situations or thinking that they are more significant than what they are, or it's like, oh my God, this is such a challenging situation, how am I ever going to get through it? But sometimes the square to Jupiter is just like, especially in Cancer, is the over exaggeration or amplification of certain emotions. Ultimately, I'm looking forward to this square for some reason, probably because Jupiter is exalted in Cancer and Mars rules over Aries. So these planets are so strong, right? And the square to Jupiter is just like, all right, time to push outside of your comfort zone. So this can be to do with love, romance, putting yourself out there, right? Creative projects, starting your own business. With Mars in the 2nd house, it's just like, all right, you need to invest, you need to put the money down if you want to enjoy this lifestyle, if you want to enjoy this vacation, or you need to invest in something to help your children, all right, or like starting up your own business or expanding it further. Also, this can just be like a test of your confidence, right? Because Mars is courage and it's in the 2nd house, which is asking you to invest and advocate and fight for what are your priorities? Like, what is of value to you? And the square to Jupiter in Cancer in the 5th house is just like, well, my business is a priority for me. Well, my children are, well, my significant other is, or my creative process and my creative projects. Okay, so you may just need to kind of get over fears and insecurities and move forward with putting yourself out there creatively or romantically, or in some other capacity which demonstrates you being authentic despite how inadequate you may feel, or how nervous, or how unconfident or unqualified you feel. Okay, so still talking about the first week of the month, on the 6th or the 7th, depending where you live in the world, Pluto will station retrograde in Aquarius in your 12th house at 5 degrees. Okay, so Pluto transiting the 12th house is asking you to really take inventory of where you're at in terms of your deeper emotions, your subconscious self, your inner psyche, right? So Pluto here can ask you, or basically kind of force you to move through pain, move through grief, overcome self-limiting behaviors, self-sabotaging behaviors, and really understand if you have been perpetuating a victim complex narrative, potentially. Sometimes for Pisces, it's the victim savior complex, right? I'm not saying you're one or the other. I'm not even saying you're either of them. It's just like, are you cutting yourself off at the knees with opportunities? Are you speaking like internally in a critical way? And sometimes the voice isn't there, the inner critic's not there, but the feelings are there, the feelings of guilt, the feelings of shame, the feelings of inadequacy. And so over the next 5 months, this is what you are going to be guided to transform, release, transmute, and so on. So, second week of the month. I like this week of the month. This is like my favorite week of May when I look at it. So we've got on the 11th, the Sun in Taurus in the 3rd house, sextile Jupiter in Cancer in the 5th house at 20 degrees. Then on the 13th, 2 days later, Mercury in Taurus in your 2nd house, sextile Jupiter in Cancer, also at 20 degrees. And we've got Sun conjunct Mercury in Taurus at 23 degrees on the 14th/15th. Okay, so obviously there's a lot happening between the 3rd house and the 5th house. So sextiles represent like a voucher that needs to be redeemed, otherwise it will expire. So this represents opportunities for assistance, for help, and this is to expand your local network, to make new friends, to meet new people, to map out a new locale or location, to upskill, learn new things, participate in group courses, as in classes, right? So learning things with other people. This is assistance that may be provided by co-workers, by colleagues, even by friends, or even by extended relatives or neighbors, right? For others of you, this can play out as actually expanding your work in terms of the creative work that you do, your businesses, your services that you offer, products that you sell, marketing, anything that relates to like founding your own business and being self-employed. Okay, so maybe people are offering to promote you or engage in your services. On a different note, to me, this looks like just studying what you love and reading content or listening to podcasts or absorbing material, which is going to have a very, very positive impact on your, I guess, confidence in yourself creatively speaking, plus, you know, your openness to love, to romance, to relationships. And well, maybe this is like helpful advice when it comes to parenting. Now, moving on to the 3rd week of the month. Let's look at the new moon in Taurus. So the new moon in Taurus will occur on the 16th or the 17th, depending where you live in the world, at 25 degrees in your third house, and it does coincide with Mars conjunct Chiron at 28 degrees Aries of your second house. Okay, so the new moons in general represent an opportunity to plant new seeds, start something new. It's like a new chapter that's starting in our lives, but sometimes we can't see the newness for several days or even weeks or months. In any case, the new moon in the third house conjunct Mercury indicates that there is an opportunity for you to start a new course, learn something new, gain a new skill, a qualification, diploma, certification, license, you name it, right? Also, a new group of friends, new ways of communicating, maybe starting or building a new website, offering new services. There may be new contracts that you need to sign, or this can be the opportunity to collaborate with new people, all right? Expanding that network outwards. The 11th house is also associated with your network, but the 11th house is like your wider network and your online network and 6 degrees of separation, whereas the third house is more like your local network, your neighbors, your friends, your friendship group, and the people that you see, like the comings and goings of your everyday. Okay, so you might be going into business with another person, like a friend, a sibling, an extended relative as well. So, as I said, Mars is conjunct Chiron here to the minute, okay, 28 degrees, 24 minutes, and that's in your second house. So there is some sort of pain point, pressure point that's coming up around finances, around resources, around self-worth and self-esteem, and maybe even your personal values, but I will touch on that a little more later. Okay, so on the 17th, we've got Mercury entering the sign of Gemini. All right, so Mercury is going to transit your fourth house. We've already got Uranus here, and the next day on the 18th, Mercury will conjunct Uranus in Gemini in your fourth house at 1 degree. All right, so this indicates that there's a very strong focus on your living situation. Where, with who, what are the terms and agreements? Maybe you are going to look at signing contracts to buy, sell, lease, invest, or there could be some unexpected changes to where you're staying, especially if it's temporary accommodation or you're traveling, or like who is staying with you, right? So it's like, oh, I was meant to stay with this person and now I need to sleep on this person's couch or whatever. On a different note, of course, not all of you are going to be traveling, especially in this current climate. This can indicate that there are changes that are coming through with your family, right? So it's like an unexpected conversation, a surprising situation. Oh my God, I've just learned something about my sibling or about my mom. Or it's just like, it does have to be said, power outages are very possible around 17th, 18th, 19th. Do you know what? Even from like the 17th through till about the 22nd, 23rd. Okay, because we're also going to see Sun conjunct Uranus as well. So power outages, be careful of not electrocuting yourself. It does have to be said. And there can just be like the breakdown of appliances within the home, cars not working, TV stopped, or like randomly turns on in the middle of the night. That used to happen to me. Had to get it replaced. Now I don't own a TV, but that's neither here nor there. On a different note, this can be like just technology malfunctioning at home. So just be mindful of that. And this can also indicate that you are maybe making some snap decisions about where you want to live. Like your significant other, you and your family wanting to start a family or expand your family further. So there can be like a snap decision that comes through with this period of time. But, again, we are looking at about the 18th of May. All right. So, 19th of May, Mars is going to enter the sign of Taurus, and on the same day, Venus is going to enter the sign of Cancer. So Mars will be in your third house and Venus will be transiting your 5th house. With Mars in the 3rd house, this can be a time where, again, you're very productive and proactive about upskilling, maybe putting together a resume, starting a business, going into business with another person, learning about marketing, maybe consuming large volumes of information, either written or like podcasts. Maybe you're just like listening to things on double speed. I like to do that as a Gemini rising. But anyway, I digress. Mars going through the 3rd house can indicate that you are more likely to not get along with siblings, not get along with extended relatives, with neighbors, with friends. I just want to say that doesn't mean a blanket statement for several weeks like I'm on the outs with these people. It just means that disagreements or arguments are more likely to arise with those individuals, pretty much from the 19th of May until, I can't remember the exact date in June, but it'll be like 6 or 7 weeks from then. Yeah, so with Venus transiting Cancer in your 5th house, this is really positive because Venus loves to be in the 5th house. It's favorite position house in the chart, So Venus finds its planetary joy here. So Venus going through the 5th house is so positive for love, romance, dating, more harmony and peace being introduced into your existing romantic connections. If you're single, then this is very positive for you, for dating, for putting yourself out there, for meeting someone new. This can indicate getting along better with your child or with your children. If you don't have children, then this could be nieces, nephews, students, and so on, or even like your friends' children. Plus, Venus going through the 5th house is very positive for creativity, starting your own business, creative projects, painting, dancing, etc., etc. All right, so love to see that for Pisces. Now, when it comes to the 4th week of the month, on the 21st of May, my birthday, the sun will enter the sign of Gemini. So it will transit your 4th house for about 4 weeks. Again, we're doubling down on that 4th house activation here. Mercury's here, Uranus is here, and the sun will conjunct Uranus in your 4th house at 1 degree on the 22nd. So again, this can be like snap decisions that are made about your living situation. Do I want to live here? Do I want to live with these people? Your tenants, where you're leasing, maybe you're wanting to relocate, or you're like, do you know what, new plan, we need to extend the house, or we need to do this, or we need to make changes. So there's like an unpredictable element to what you're doing at home, what's happening in the home, who you live with, your family situation, and so on and so forth. Okay, so on the 28th through till the 19th, so 28th of May through till the 19th of June, Chiron will be at 29 degrees Aries in your 2nd house. Okay, so it's been maybe 50 something years since Chiron was at 29 degrees Aries. It's a big deal. 29 degrees is the critical anaretic degree in astrology. So that means that this is like a pain point, a pressure point that's being pushed on for everybody. Just depends like where is Chiron in Aries for you in your chart, right? So the 2nd house for Pisces indicates that this is to do with your finances, your resources, your personal values, your priorities, how you make money, how you spend money, valuables, possessions, etc., etc. Also, it can be your self-esteem, right? Like your personal feelings of self-worth. And also the 2nd house can relate to food, nutrition, property. It's also kind of an aesthetic house when it comes to like this part of the face. So maybe there's something that you have been unhappy with, whether it's like teeth, skin, hair, smile, your wardrobe or whatever. So there can be some sort of personal feeling of crisis that comes up, even if it's not like a real crisis. It's just like, oh, this thing that's a trigger for me, I'm having to like look at that. But the positive news is that you're able to resolve it, okay, by shining a light on it, by not trying to avoid that emotion or that feeling, and really sending love to it and giving it space for you to just feel what you need to feel, you can move through something that's been very heavy and with you for a long time, which is super positive. Okay, Pisces, so let's finish with the full moon in Sagittarius. So the full moon will take place on the 31st of May in your 10th house. Okay, so it's at 9 degrees, and the Pisceans who will feel it the most will be those at 9 degrees. Okay, plus or minus 5. All right, so from about 4 degrees through till 14 degrees. These are the Pisceans who will be the most impacted. In any case, it's at the top of your chart. It's in the 10th house. Okay, so this can indicate that there is a chapter that's drawing to a close that relates to your public image, your personal reputation, your career, how you view yourself, your vocation, or it can be to do with like your high level responsibilities. So for example, maybe you're a parent, but your youngest child has just moved out, and it's like, wow, I no longer need to actively parent. You know, I'm not like cooking dinner or whatever. They've flown the coop. For others of you, it can be a change in status as it relates to relationships, right? So for example, coming out of a relationship, or, you know, making it official. Maybe you are publicly announcing an engagement or a marriage, or it's just becoming like public knowledge somehow. For others of you, this can relate to government status, right? So like becoming a dual citizen, or receiving the right to work in another country. Okay, so in some way, shape or form, there's something that is going to shift in a notable way as it relates to how you present what your status is, whether that's employment, personal, government, parental, relationship, or what have you. And it does need to be said, and I've said this for every other sign, that 9 degrees, as you can see here, 9 degrees Sagittarius, 9 degrees Gemini, where we've got the sun, activates the fixed star axis for Antares and Aldebaran. So these are two signs that just are staring each other down, and they are quite well renowned for like discord and conflict. And so it doesn't mean it's guaranteed. What it means is, if you challenge someone, if you publicly diss or, you know, defame someone, or call them out on something, they are going to give back as good as you've, you know, given to them, if not more. Okay, so you want to be really careful, because the moon is in the 9th house. All right, so this is like your boss, upper management, the government, police, okay, anyone who's an authority figure. So if you challenge them, if you call them out, and I'm not saying you shouldn't call them out, but I'm saying be mindful of how you do it, because if you are aggressive, if you are antagonistic, if you make threats, it's not going to end well. Okay, Pisces, so fortunately, with the full moon, it was trining Saturn and Neptune, which indicates that there's a beneficial, positive, harmonious way to resolve conflictual situations as they arise. And just as a closing note, I just want to remind you, Jupiter is in Cancer. It's your chart ruler. It's trining you. Jupiter is now direct. You are still continuing to be blessed by Jupiter. Jupiter is opening up doors for you, for expansion, for growth, for love, for happiness, for joy, because it's in the 5th house. And now Venus and Jupiter are together in your 5th house, which indicates that, especially from the 19th of May onwards, there's going to be a lot more reasons to be happy and to be joyful and to feel blessed. Okay, Pisces, thank you so much for being so patient. Like I said, if you enjoyed this video, I hope that you will give it a thumbs up, and feel free to subscribe if you want to see more content from me. You can also follow me on Kastrology and Instagram as well if you want to see more content in between these videos. Plus, I am available for private one-to-one readings, whether that is tarot or astrology. Thanks everyone who stuck around for this, I think nearly 5 hour long, 5 hours, that's a new record, 5 hour long live stream. Enjoy May, and I will see you guys next month.